citizens fighting the mandate. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy said on ABC's This Week the virus itself is more disruptive and argues that shot requirements aren't new.
We have required vaccines for the military. We've required vaccines in hospital systems, the ones that I've worked in as well. There are times where we recognize that our decisions have a broader effect on people around us. COVID has reminded us of that.
Administration lawyers say they are ready to defend the president's vaccination mandate.
Fox's Gernal Scott. President Biden has strongly condemned an attack targeting the residence of Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi. President Biden in a written statement saying he's instructed his national security team to offer assistance to Iraqi authorities to investigate the attack. Authorities in Houston say they plan to watch video, interview witnesses, and review concert protocols as they investigate how 8 people died at a music festival when fans surged toward the stage. Houston Police Chief Troy Finner.
A lot of narratives out there right now, a lot of them on social media and even last night. I think that all of us need to be respectful of the families and make sure that we follow the facts and the evidence. And that's what we're trying to do here in the Houston Police Department.
An estimated 50,000 people were in attendance. The average price for a gallon of regular grade gasoline jumped another 5 cents over the past 2 weeks. Industry analyst Troby Lundberg says the average now stands at $3.49 a gallon. That's $1.30 higher than 1 year ago. America is listening to Fox News.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Concerns continue to grow about the supply chain issues for businesses and consumers. Fox's Charles Watson has more from Savannah, Georgia.
One issue being a lack of space to hold all of the new and backdated cargo that are often showing up to the Port of Savannah at the same time. The ships that are holding that cargo are often forced to sit off the coast for days until the port finds the space to unload and store the cargo on those ships. Further exacerbating the bottleneck is a shortage in truck drivers, meaning containers full of goods sit much longer at the port than they normally would, and that is bad news for businesses hoping to make a profit this holiday season. According to the Institute of Supply Management, manufacturers are waiting a record 92 days to get the goods they need to produce their products.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill passed by Congress specifies some improvements to the nation's ports. A nor'easter that started off the coast of Florida Friday is slowly crawling away from the coast, but rain and wind still causing problems and flooding for the Carolina region. Fox Chief Meteorologist Rick Reichmuth has more.
The rain hasn't been that heavy. It's not as much causing the flooding as it is the pushing on of the water from the ocean in towards the coast, and that'll continue to be the case throughout the day today, across parts of the southeast and then throughout the afternoon and across parts of the mid-Atlantic. This is a really big event here across the coast and an area that just saw some flooding last weekend again from another kind of storm.
Warm air will follow the storm once it passes before going back to cold temperatures later in the week. That storm system also causing problems for SpaceX, forcing it to delay the return of 4 astronauts. They were supposed to leave the International Space Station today with their capsule splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico Monday morning, but SpaceX bumped the departure to Monday afternoon with a nighttime return. I'm Joe Chio, Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Circle K brings you the G-Dog. Get ready for a succulent and flavorful street hot dogs made famous in New York City. These dogs are made with 100% all beef and cooked in a delicious blend of spices for a plump, juicy hot dog experience that's bursting with flavor. Visit your nearest participating Circle K and dig in on the best hot dog experience on island. The G-Dog. Served from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Available at Anigua, Dededo, and Ocean Vista Circle K locations only. Circle K. Hey, take it easy.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Today at 6:06, I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. A candid news with breaking news this morning on a Russian man who was taken into police custody following a fatal stabbing incident in Tamuning yesterday afternoon. The incident took place at an apartment along Fahrenholt in Tamuning. Candid News reporting A.K. Koshev was the man seen in a video covered in blood and being arrested by Guam police. And police have not confirmed the victim's identity, but candid sources say he was an interventional radiologist at the Guam Memorial Hospital, identified as Dr. Miral Rabati. Another person reportedly was sent to the hospital with injuries. The Guam Memorial Hospital was not able to comment or confirm the man's relationship with the hospital. GPD has also yet to put out a statement regarding that incident. Police also continued their investigation into a late-night crash in Agate that sent one man to the hospital. Highway patrol officers were on site early Saturday morning taking photos and categorizing the placement of debris from the vehicles. The accident took place just before 9 p.m. The Guam Fire Department extricated one man out of one of the vehicles. He's not been identified other than being in his 30s or 40s, and he did have serious injuries. His condition this morning isn't known. The crash involved a Toyota pickup truck and a GMC pickup truck that appeared to have collided head-on. It could be a jollier holiday if the governor lifts some of the COVID restrictions, and a group of advisors are expected to request that she ease at least some of them in time for Thanksgiving and Christmas. The Guam Daily Post speaking with the Medical Advisory Chairman, Dr. Nathaniel Berg, and reports the Physicians Advisory Group is working on an actionable plan for the governor to weigh, and that could lead to increasing the numbers allowed at holiday parties, both in restaurants and private homes. Dr. Berg says in the Post that any easing of the restrictions will be contingent on corresponding improvements in the COVID-19 situation on island. Berg says main areas of focus are the number of available beds at the Guam Memorial Hospital, better adoption of available COVID-19 treatments, the rollout of pediatric vaccines, and more residents receiving the vaccine booster doses. He says as we continue to see our numbers at least stabilized, we are encouraged to think that it won't be too long before the governor is able to make a decision, perhaps to remove the mandate for restaurants and perhaps increase the number of people who can socialize. Berg says the plan was expected to be presented to the governor as soon as possible. We'll have more news right after this.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
The most recent COVID reports have shown a decrease in the number of positive cases today. Only 15 out of 376 people tested. There were also 39 people said to be in the hospital with COVID-19. And the CAR score also remains at a single digit at 9.0. The department is working out its plan to roll out the vaccine to students after the CDC's approval of the Pfizer Vax for kids 5 and up. And while the plan is being put together, the Department of Education is working on its plan to conduct COVID testing for the students. DOE was given a time frame to begin the testing on at least 10% of its student population. According to DOE officials, testing 10% would provide them insight into the number of undetected positive cases in the schools. The testing will be voluntary, according to DOE, which means that the schools have to find students and parents willing to consent to the test. They don't anticipate much of a problem with that, but where the vaccinations are concerned, it appears there are some students who have expressed that they will not be willing to get vaccinated. In a survey of students, the Post reports 13% of them that responded to the survey said that they would decline being vaccinated, while 86.6% indicated that they will be willing to get a vaccine. Now, currently, there's no requirement for the COVID vaccine amongst the students unless they play sports. Students who completed the survey did express concern over the spread of COVID-19 within the school campuses. You can see that full story in today's Guam Daily Post. And another $4.2 million in federal funds will be provided to UOG students this academic school year, while the amounts for each student enrolled in the current semester is still being determined. Students can expect a check between $475 and $775 based on their enrollment and the Pell Grant status. This will be the fourth direct grant payment provided to UOG students. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Just call me Sneezy.
God bless you.
Just call me Sneezy. I don't know what I don't know what that is. Real Joe, are you wearing a different cologne?
Yeah, man.
Or is there just there's?
I have my suspicions.
It's Mr. Carr.
There's skunk here, bro. You know, it's all those free seeds TJ gave out on Saturday. They think they all sprouted over the weekend and got smoked yesterday. Did I get some? Yes, I did. He brought samples. He brought a 4-pack for me and a 4-pack for Real Joe as well.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Did you? You didn't?
No.
You haven't done anything with it yet?
What? I don't know.
I try
His
not
mom's
to.
listening. If you have a new plant in the corner, Mom,
Real
that's
Joe, if Real Joe's mom is listening, he's a good boy, and he does a very good job for us here at the radio station. I haven't had to yell at him once. Partly cloudy today with isolated showers, east winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, highs about 88 degrees. Some of those showers already fallen as about 3:30, 4 o'clock over at my place. It woke me up. Tonight and tomorrow, partly cloudy in the evening, becoming mostly cloudy after midnight. We can expect isolated showers, east winds up to about 15 miles an hour, becoming light after sunset. Lows around 77 and highs around 88 degrees. With the heat index, it'll feel like 96 degrees into tomorrow and Wednesday. Mostly cloudy during the morning, becoming partly cloudy by afternoon. Got a schizophrenic weather that we had here, but I got to tell you what, over the weekend, it was as I said it would be. Was it not, Real Joe?
It was. You were on again, man.
It was hot.
Thank you, Ray.
There was hot going on at Jimmy D's. Both days they had the volleyball things up there.
Into existence again.
I spoke it into existence. Is exactly what happened. And then it was almost poetic as the weekend was waning away in the last minutes of the weekend. We're watching the sun go down over here, and then on this side of the horizon, these dark, looming, ominous clouds kind of washed over, and it was basically the message to everybody: the weekend's over. Get off the beach, go home. You have work tomorrow. So that's what happened. Sunrise this morning at 6:17. Still not another 5 minutes or so before we get there. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:51. I think I've got some pictures of sunrise. I know Sarita Garin was up early sending in some sunrise photos into the all-new WhatsApp number.
Oh, nice.
797-8255. Even Pirates Cove, even Jeff from Pirates Cove sent one in. Just one. It's kind of amazing. It was like the test. He wanted to know, does this thing work? Yes, Jeff. The thing works. Hold on a second. Let me get his sunrise picture up there. Oh, eastern side of the island, and it's not even done being sunrise. He's still got a couple more minutes to grab some shots. Like I said, 797-8255 is the deal there. 671-888-8255 if you actually want to talk on the radio. Got a lot lined up for us, and we'll get around to that after these.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today with Business Bundles Plus. Call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors.
See portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. Actually, there's guys and girls over at Nissan. They've got both kinds there. And they got all kinds of rides here, including a whole bunch that they need to move off the lot. Great deals they'll set up for you on your brand new Murano, the Rogue Sport, Leaf, Kick, Sentra, and Rogue. And you might be going, Ray, you're missing a couple of names here. And the answer is because they've been sold out already. That's the thing. And we're going to be ticking off all of these names here as more and more of you decide, yeah, this is going to be the year for a brand new car. And they've got one waiting for you. Ask about the 2022 models offers as well. All new Nissan Frontier is there. Now, pick your favorite Nissan and then go pick your deal. You can get 0% financing. Wow. Or the first 3 payments are on Nissan. What a great way they put this together. Now, terms and conditions apply. Find out what they are with a quick trip to NissanGuam.com.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yes, and the daily debate as to whether or not it really matters or not. I don't know. We get the guy with the deep voice, and he says all those kinds of pithy radio statements just like that. I think it's time for me to go and write a few more. I gotta get the guy to give the phone number anyway, right? And a WhatsApp thing, I gotta get the deep voice guy.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see if I can get some. How about we do a deep voice girl? Do you want to get something like that on this station?
It's possible. Anything's possible here.
You know, there's. I think there might be some people going, well, it's kind of a news talky thing that you guys do at that radio station. Maybe you need to have somebody, with a Dan Rather presence or something like that in a voice and a lot of depth and
What's Catherine
timber.
Castro up to?
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cat would be good. We'll get Catherine. The other Catherine Nort Cruz. That one. She's got a great voice.
Absolutely.
She would be fantastic. And trying to think, there's a couple other ladies that sound just like that. We ought to do that. Real Joe?
Yes, sir.
Write
Right
that
away.
down.
Okay,
Write that
Catherine
down.
Cruz.
Start working on that. What? I don't actually need anything from her today. We're just
Okay.
Ask her if we can send her some scripts for liners for the Ray Gibson Show and have her do them.
You got it.
With that.
Consider it done, man.
Good morning voice. That's the one we're looking for. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Survived another weekend. Hey, how about that? You know, and depending on where you were, you had a very, very close opportunity. Small, just a sliver of a window of opportunity because I was actually out after midnight this weekend. I was actually there was a thing going on. And I can't say where, when.
And someone let you in?
Well, no. There was a gathering. There was a gathering of people.
Did you know that you have to wear a mask outside? I didn't know that. Gatherings inside and outside. I saw it in the JIC this morning. I was like, wow, I was completely unaware.
But they have a thing?
Yeah. In the JIC, apparently in the governor's executive order, one of them, it says that mask mandates are required indoors and outdoors.
I thought didn't Berg say he was going to change that?
I don't know. It was
Because I told him, because I remember the first time that we had him in here, we were talking about the rules and everything, and I told him how dumb I thought that was, and he seemed to agree with it. He says, "Yeah, we're gonna work on all of those things."
It was still there, so
yeah. Okay, sure, fine. yeah,
I
whatever.
Didn't know, so.
Here's the thing. It's front page of today's Guam Daily Post, and we'll get around to spending some time talking about this. But I did some hard news, the stabbing, and the video. Seemed like I woke up. Everybody had video, and numerous videos. This guy was apparently all over social media. He had some friends and he had some enemies, and people had been clocking all of this stuff and downloading it and taking videos and screenshots of things like that. And now they're all out there. I gotta say, if I was a police officer working on the investigation on this, and maybe somebody, a prosecutor over at the Attorney General's office, I would. I don't know if I'd put out the word to say slow down on all of that stuff. You start spreading these things far and wide, it might be hard to find an impartial jury when this thing goes out there. But once you know how it is. Once it's out in the media, everybody's got it. I've got the video of the arrest. I've got a couple of other videos and pictures of him smiling with cops. He's got a picture of him hanging out with some cop guys, and one it's hard to tell because they got masked, but one that kind of looks like the guy that actually busted him. Who and I agree with Mon on this. kept his powder dry. This guy had his act together.
Yeah, he sure did.
Now we'll play the video with the audio for you a little bit later on. So you got that story there. This one here is kind of amusing to me. Officials mum on reports of Taiwan Marines. There was a story, and the one that I read you last week came out of Newsweek magazine. That one was one of about a half a dozen other international pieces of media that were talking about the confirmed presence of Taiwanese Marines, a very elite force of Taiwanese Marines that are training on Guam and apparently had been doing so for some time. And somebody over at the Daily Post, Phil Leon Guerrero, asked the people of the governor's office. They didn't know anything about it. Okay, now that's not really very surprising, is it? You know that what? There's Taiwanese Marines here. Are we at war? Hello? What happened? John Jr., what's going on? Are we at war with the Taiwanese? Why are they here? It's only training. Apparently, there's some people. They reached out to people in the military, and they kind of fell on the usual. Yeah, we don't talk about military activities, strategies, and tactics. We don't talk about that kind of thing. But then the most intriguing thing here of a couple. Number one, I really think the guys over at the Guam Daily Post have made an editorial decision, a command decision on high. We ain't covering the JIC reports anymore. There's nothing journalistically new that we can do with that. If you want to get the information, I'm sure it's available over at Public Health and 20 other different places on who died, what they died with, how many people tested, came in with positive tests, and what the useless car score is moving forward. And I don't know, and it makes a good point because today's story in the front, advisors to propose easing restrictions as holidays near. Remember what I said last week about how when you're in prison and you behave, they give you privileges? Now, this is exactly the same thing. So everybody here, according to the governor, has been compliant, very cooperative, and I really want to beat this virus. There comes a point where we have to start thinking this is a virus that we're going to have to live with. You know why? Because Erica from DOE said that last week, and now they're just trying to get hip over at the governor's office. But yeah, we've been compliant, so maybe we can lift the restrictions in time for Thanksgiving, and we can have a Christmas. Santa Claus can come to your house, but he has to wear a mask. And don't shoot the reindeer. I know you're hungry, and the price of meat is going up, but please don't shoot Santa Claus's reindeer. So all of that stuff is floating around in my head, and I guess we'll get it all. But then he talks about the car score and all this other stuff with Berg. And Real Joe's like, hey, you want to get Berg on the radio? Maybe we'll go find Dr. Berg this week. And there's a part of me that says, yeah, maybe we ought to. But then there's another part of me that says, what's he going to say? And besides, every time I get him on the radio, the hardcore listeners jump on Facebook Live and YouTube Live.
High blood.
Eat him alive. Eat him. Oh yeah, bola bola bola. So I don't know. I don't know that there's any other major questions that I'd ask him, because it doesn't sound like, as usual, there's going to be any finish line on this thing. So we'll talk about that and plenty more. 6:23 in the morning. Let's go find out, speaking of finish line, the people that will be waving us on at the finish line right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
And that's sweet. All right, top 10 this morning, and it should be a little bit easier for the stateside that are watching the program here and tuning in from off island, the United States mainland. Yesterday or earlier, the spring forward, fall back. So we're closer now by an hour. Do you not? I don't get it either. I don't get it. You know what? You know why? Because born and raised on Guam, there have not been that many opportunities for us to participate in that kind of daylight savings nonsense that they go through in the mainland. However, the problem is that there's all kinds of other stuff. Now, if you are calling somebody on business tomorrow, or there's a Zoom meeting that's going to be taking place tomorrow, you got to wake up an hour earlier in order to hit that at the same time. Or do we
You
sleep
better
there?
wake
I don't see. That's the other thing. I always need somebody to explain which side of the equator we're on and how much we've moved further away. But anyway, Henry Manglotnia online and watching an hour earlier from someplace. Ken Polino's there. Rico B, who is in this time zone, but oddly on Facebook Live and YouTube Live at the same time. I got B-Man Dennis Larson, JB St. Nicholas online. Jimenez Hessa is there. Gary Herr. There's the mom of the show, Pam Duvall. Online here today, Mark Cruz doing his wave thing. I am surprised that Mark Cruz is not crowing about winning the post canteen thing on Friday.
What?
Well, he didn't win.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's surprising because he likes to play contests. He likes to play contests. He's won it before, and I figured he's just biding his time until he gets an opportunity to get in there. Nobody won the post canteen, the deal at the VFW over the weekend. Nobody won it.
It's at 2.5 mil. By now?
As I said, it's up high enough so that Daphne Shimazu is going to have somebody there next week on Friday night. Sign some papers so we know. You give us the money, and we'll hand out what's left over after the taxes are all put together. Who else is there? Jack Bucas is online today. So let me go down this thing and see if there's anybody that is worth Real Joe right-clicking on. Oh, absolutely. Sarita Garin is there. Gemma Bustamante, good morning to you. Joe Lynn Mansfield, Edita Camarillo, and let me see, Drew Tenorio watching the deal here. Gemma says, half a day, and good morning, Ray, Mana, Real Joe, and everybody watching and listening to the show. Have a safe Monday. Hope your day goes well. I got, let me see, Bill Petit online, Rick Mendiola, Ryan Trent, Auntie Bennett Lohan Duane. This is watching the program. She changed her profile picture.
Really?
Yep. So it's good to have you there. Becky L. Borja, right-click online this morning. Brennan Fausto, good morning to Manny. And Ning Regis, Juanita Machi is there. April Flowers Shelton, good morning to you. Brandon John Diego. Debbie Hartzler, Eunice Mendiola, and artist Ron Castro. I see Justin Estacchio online here this morning. Brad Wood. I was wondering if Brad's wondering if he made the top 10. Sorry about that, Brad. A little bit late this morning. Daylight savings time over the weekend.
Yes.
Maybe change your clocks, as Ken Brown did. Joanne Titano, Mike Grace Bloss is there. CT Guam. I got some advice for the governor from Dennis Larson. Says stop testing and the numbers will go down. Enough with this. Oh, it's hard to read. It's a four-letter word, but he's moved the letters around. I'd avoid the scrutiny of the critics here. Andrew Camacho, we're so close to herd immunity, 99% vaccination rate and 17 booster shots. Come on, people, we're almost done flattening that curve here. Sepson, Sherry Iriarte is there. Jules Tejano, good morning to Edita Sardea, and Vince Mesa is there. Somebody was talking about the flu being around. Like the regular flu, not COVID flu.
Oh.
Somebody said they're complaining about getting it. You know why? Because I sneezed while Mana was doing the news.
They still have a flu?
They do.
I thought we got rid of that.
No. Jose Martinez says, good morning. How is it that the news isn't leading with koalas are dying of chlamydia? I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Is that a new JIC thing that we've got to do?
Oh, wow.
That's
pretty common for them, man.
I'll spend some time admitting that I'm not completely up on all of the national, international, and Zoom news here. I'm still trying to get over the president's trip to the Vatican here. That's still the fun one. Jennifer Calvo Guzman watching the program. Pam Duvall says the regular flu is going around. Caught it even though I had my yearly shot. Should I declare an emergency? Yes, Pam, declare a full-blown checking Kelligwood emergency right now. Valerie S.A. Talon, blazing hot over the weekend. It felt good. Oh, dude, I mean, it's within minutes of getting to the beach. Right, and get the chair down and the coolers over here, and the shirts off, and I stood up and I could feel the sun beating down on my back and my legs and my neck, and I thought, oh my God, this is going to be great. We're moving back into that time of the year. Did you read where this was the wettest October on record?
Yes, I did.
Find Landon or Brandon. Find one of those guys.
Yeah,
let's
he was
talk about
flexing yesterday.
So what do we get? What do we get? Governor, we've the wettest October on record. I think that speaks volumes about the people of Guam and our resiliency and our spirit of an Alpha Malik. We all pulled together to break that record, and I think maybe for that we ought to have one or two of these restrictions that are loosened.
Yeah, and then call FEMA as well. Get some money for that.
You know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen is they're going to ease restrictions, but it's going to be crap that we've been ignoring for months. Anyway, they're going to say, oh, you know what? You can get together with as many vaccinated or unvaccinated people in your house as you want to for Thanksgiving, for your Thanksgiving celebration. And we're going to be like, yeah, okay, been doing that already. I don't know where you're getting your information, what your surveillance is, but yeah, we've already kind of been having knockdown dragouts. Nobody's wearing a mask unless it's Halloween kind of parties going on. So yeah, if you're going to be loosening up some restrictions, try to be novel about it and give back stuff that people haven't already been stealing. Yvette Reeves, right-click Real Joe, is online here this morning. Deanna Palmer, good morning to Keenan McCausland, Monica De La Rosa, Natsuki Kabasawa is watching the program. Striker Vija Gomez is there. I got buddy Dan Rizal, Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsuto, Anna Marie, buenas and half a day to you. MP Ogo, John Song is online. I see Rita Edwards is there. Finally, Jay Rojas is checking in.
What? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's the mom's birthday today. Happy birthday,
Happy
Auntie
birthday,
Janice.
Mom.
Well, he's wishing you a happy birthday
Thank
too, but
you.
not his mom. Did you see where cousin Troy posted? I don't know. He posted it to
I saw it
to the WhatsApp.
I did.
It was a birthday party over at the governor's office for Jay Rojas, and you were the one that was handing out all the presents and stuff. And Mark Calvo
It was
sitting
a surprise.
at the right hand of our father Eddie Calvo. It was a beautiful thing. Jerry's a perfect voice. I got the Jerome. Mercy Wenzel is online. Hava Bill Fritton, Brian Perez, and plenty others. Post Canteen, no winner Friday. Jackpot for the Queen of Hearts is now $2,875. Now, I don't know about you, but this is starting to sound like serious money. This is starting to sound like, pay off a credit card kind of balance kind of money here.
Yes,
This is people. Christmas is coming up. Hi, my name is Ray. I wear either a loose medium or a sexy slim large. Right?
Loose medium.
For those of you, I'm working out, bro.
I see that, Ray.
Can you see?
Kinda.
No. You can tell I'm working out. I'm popping Tylenols like Tic Tac. That's how you can tell I'm working out. Jerome McDonald, California is back to daylight savings time. It's 12:20 on the dot out there. Well, it's 12:32 now on the dot. Carlene Harker's online. My buddy Brandy Branchagan. Good morning to John Ray Titano, Felix Bamba, Mike Romero, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Just bring it back.
He's brought it back. He's put me on notice.
Uh-oh.
I need to be prepared for some kind of
Korean hot pants?
Yeah, actually, Jeju
They're-
Air says they're coming back this
Oh,
month.
wow.
No,
Yeah.
they're going to start flying back to Guam. I got that on the 25th of November. They've got 38 flights scheduled between now and between the 25th and the end of January. So yeah, there's the strong possibility that there could be some pent up Korean hot pants. Mari Tess is online. Tim Zedeker, good morning to you. Sandra Regis is there, and Sandra Regis sent to me a thing over the weekend that said, "Yep, I'm doing it. I'm running for office." So we'll talk with her a little bit later on. My bro, Kaz Endo, is online. I see Sandra Regis again. Bob and Connie Bartonico are there. What do we call the kids that go all 5 days? Oh, cohort 8 today. Smart kids out and about. Okay, that's what he's saying. John LaRue, Evelyn Filiva is online. Harvey Egna. Good morning to Rico Chrysostimo saying buenas. Welcome to the family here. Nice to see some new names. Meg Suth is watch. I like that name. Sounds like it ought to be out of Star Wars or something like this.
Yeah.
The Meg of Suth. That's my lightsaber going out. So what? Shall we start? You want to get into it? Monday morning, 6:34. Tell you what, let's jump into headlines before we do anything else, and we'll spend some time riffing on some of the stories that Mana's going to be talking about. Now, there was finally a statement from the Guam Police Department with regard to the stabbing last night. If you hold on a second, I might be able to see if I can put it up. No, I can't put it up on the screen, but I am going to put it in a form that I can actually read it on the air. From GPD Media, on November the 7th, late afternoon, officers from the Tumuling Precinct responded to a report of a stabbing. When the officers officers arrived, they found a male individual lifeless. The Guam police do have a suspect in custody. The case is under investigation, and the Guam police have no further comment at this time. I got a comment for you. I tell you, the actions of a police officer and the handling of this arrest and a discussion with some of the witnesses down there looked like textbook quality work. So it's good to know that our boys in blue have got the training and are using it out there. 6:34 in the morning. Havamana, what happened in the news?
Well, police aren't releasing any of the details in that stabbing investigation. However, Candid News has reported that a Russian man was taken into custody following a fatal stabbing incident in Tumuning yesterday. Candid News also reporting the victim was a radiologist at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Another person reportedly was sent to the hospital with injuries. Meanwhile, Guam Police is investigating a head-on collision in Agate this weekend. It sent a man to the hospital. His condition this morning isn't known. That crash took place late Friday night, and the victim was said to be in his 30s or 40s. He did have serious injuries and was rushed to Naval Hospital after he was extricated from one of the vehicles. And the governor could lift some of the COVID restrictions in time for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Medical advisor Dr. Nate Berg says that they are going to make a recommendation to the governor as soon as possible. He says it could lead to increasing the numbers of people allowed inside and outside for gatherings. It will be contingent, though, on the continued COVID numbers going down. The most recent COVID report has a decrease in the number of positive cases, only 15 out of 376 people tested. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Now, were you able to make sense out of what it was that they were talking about in the article with the score, car scores, et cetera? The thing here in the newspaper. Were you able to make any sense of this? No.
I actually just looked at the JIC report.
There is a JIC report today.
There is.
All right, very good news. The story here, restrictions as holidays near. It says Dr. Nathaniel Berg, chair of the advisory group, confirmed officials are working on an, quote, actionable plan. An actionable plan that for the governor to weigh, and that could lead to increasing the numbers allowed at holiday parties.
Oh, wow.
Both in restaurants and private homes. Any easing of restrictions will be contingent on corresponding improvements in the COVID-19 situation on island, although a number of data sets will be tracked. According to Berg, main areas of focus are available beds at Guam Memorial Hospital. We're doomed. I'll just say we're doomed right now. Forget. The COVID-19 is never going away as long as any of the contingencies are related to what happens at Guam Memorial Hospital. We're never going to be. We're never going to be there. It's like that law they passed a few years ago that said we'll have gambling devices, gaming machines until Guam Memorial Hospital bills are paid, which is never. They will never ever all be paid off. And we're looking at the same things. As long as it's based on the available beds or our, quote, delicate medical system here on Guam, we're always going to have COVID-19. Better adoption of available COVID-19 treatments, the rollout of pediatric vaccines, and more residents receiving vaccine booster doses. So we're going to start tracking that. So of the 90% of the population that is eligible when they've gotten their so we're going to be happy at 90. But what percentage of that 90% now has gotten their booster shots? Because now we're going to have to count all of that stuff as well. I tell you what, I'm not getting any confidence in any of the things that I'm looking at that says that there will be any kind of restrictions that are going to be lifted. Or anything that looks like, well, we're just going to live with COVID-19. Those are big things, and then we move as we continue to see our numbers at least stabilized. We're encouraged to think that it won't be too long before the governor is able to make a decision to perhaps remove the mandate for restaurants, perhaps increase the number of people who can socialize. Dude, it's been too much. People that forget the mandate over at the restaurants. We don't care anymore. We're taking it to go if we're not allowed inside as a result of it. I'm cooking more. You know what I made last night?
What'd you make last night?
Huli chicken.
Huli chicken?
I like huli
Oh,
chicken.
brother Cain, bro.
You go to the Payless.
Did you make real huli chicken?
Yeah, with the huli sauce and everything. And,
okay.
but
so you didn't dig a hole in the ground and stick it in?
No, you're thinking of that's for making
the
pig.
Huli pig.
Yeah, that's a Kahlua pig.
Kahlua pig.
He made Kahlua chicken, and he dug a hole in the back of his house.
If I was making Kahlua pig, you would know about it because I would have called your brother and your husband over to the house to help me dig a hole in the back. Hey, and when we're done with that, Hide the bodies. You know, it was in my head, your head.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Look, 20 away from the top of the hour. More riffing and stuff coming up there. What do you want me to talk about, by the way? You got the telephone number, 671-888-8255. That's 888-TALK. In a stroke of broadcast brilliance, we've had to change the WhatsApp number, and I gave you a number that was a little bit more familiar and easier to remember. It's 797. Those of you with IT&E accounts that's already in your head, 797-8255. And the guys over at Facebook apparently have a thing, and I don't know, I'm going to spend about $100 promoting it, but I think there's a link somewhere at thepoint.gu that will allow you from there to WhatsApp me. Isn't that great? Oh my God, I love technology.
Awesome.
Okay, but here comes the swarm of Zuckerberg haters going, what are you doing with Zuckerberg? What are you investing with WhatsApp and Zuckerberg more? Why aren't you doing more stuff with Rumble and Gab? Come on, Gibson, get with it. Yeah, eventually. I want to do stuff on Rumble. The problem is Rumble is they're not fly by night. They're not drive by. The problem with Rumble is they're still kind of at startup phase, and you got to be Dan Bongino or somebody if you just want to do a live stream on the Rumble. They have not yet extended the live streaming to Rumble to outfits like us. But I check all the time. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show probably continues after these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Again, 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
6:41 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. Oh, by the way, on the screen right now, that's Sarita's claw. Sarita Guerin looking at the night sky or the early morning sky, and there's a cloud formation that looks like a claw.
Yes.
White Claw. That's a drink, isn't it? No,
It
White
is.
Claw. La Croix. Have you tried that?
No.
There's one molecule of flavor in every can.
It's so weird. It's very yucky.
You don't like it, do you?
No.
So somebody gave me a six-pack of
It's like
that.
a soda, and they forgot to put the sugar.
Exactly. So what you got to do is you know those little squirt bottle, the little squirt.
Mio.
Yeah, Mios.
That's what
so
I
always
did.
that's exactly what you do.
Put
You
the
get
Mio
because
in.
you feel bad throwing the stuff out, right? Throwing it down the drain. So go ahead and drink it, but keep a Mio around so you can actually give it some at least a little bit of flavor. Take Care brings you portions of the program with their high-quality health plans and services supported by a global network of providers. They're your trusted partner for your health solutions. Going after federal agreements these days. So if you're a federal employee on Guam and wondering what the best value is for your medicine buck, Take Care, Our Island, Your Health Plan.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. Zero down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Looking at the traffic gizmo, I see it, and now you can see it as well. Taking a look at traffic, a little bit of traffic up at the main gate at Anderson Air Force Base. You see a little bit of traffic southbound Marine Corps Drive at the entrance to the village, and then all the way into the downtown Dededo area. Ipao into Waisang Song, running fairly clear right now. A little bit of traffic over at 1 and 3 southbound, and just intersection traffic up and down most of Route 16. Getting maybe a little bit busy over by the gas stations at 8, 10, and 16. And then looking at a little bit of traffic up, looks like where Route 7 is, over by the old Rainbow Market, huh? So expect some delays as you make your way through there. 4 and 10, that intersection running a little bit busy. A couple of spots on Route 4 that are busy as well. And nothing major happening at Big Navy in Suma, I think. Shh, they're all still asleep. All of the sailors are still asleep in their bunks. Tread carefully. If you don't flush if you don't have to, because that noise might wake them up. It's 6:44. Be right back.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Fall in love with your new home this season by shopping Furniture Kathy Style's unbelievable deals. We've brought in new items and restocked on our best sellers to help you get your home ready for the holiday. We offer free design consultation and financing with up to 12 months of zero interest for you to get what you want and what you need for your home today. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureKathyStyle.com or call us at 300-9590 for more information. If you're not buying from us, you're paying too much.
And if you save some money, that means that you can go and spend it in other places like Wendy's with the new Big Bacon Cheddar. It's here. It's got everything you could possibly want in a cheeseburger. You're going, Ray, it's 20 to 7 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it too early to talk about cheeseburgers? What did we say? Where Jerome McDonald is, it's lunchtime. And somewhere near Jerome right now is a Wendy's with that incredible burger, creamy cheddar cheese, apple wood, smoked bacon, sweet bacon sauce, and then crispy onions, all in a toasted cheddar bun. Hurry, try one today at Wendy's. We got you.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I like this meme up on the screens. An Indian says, when told the reason behind daylight savings time, the old Indian shook his head and said only the government would believe that if you cut a foot off the top of a blanket and then sewed it to the bottom that you would have a longer blanket. I like that old Apache wisdom here. You know, it's a homespun, down home, kind of common sense. You know where you find that kind of thing? In Chigo, at the Mustache's house.
Oh,
it's a fact. You got the General Bob Klitsky on the line, host of Tall Tales. You'll be able to hear him this afternoon at 4 o'clock on the Point radio station. Buenos Dinafide. Hope you had a great weekend.
I did, Ray.
Hey, have you seen Auntie Lou's beetle nut tree?
I'll take a look for it this morning, okay?
Well, no pressure, no pressure. It's just that I'm eating the. I was so desperate, I moved the dryer. To see if I had any beetle nut that had flown out of the dryer or spun out while I was drying it. I did. I found some about as hard as black construction pebbles. There's some hard stuff in my mouth these days. Anyway, 6:47. I was absolutely delighted over the weekend to read. I guess it was Saturday morning, Sunday, that the federal appeals court has frozen Biden's vaccine rule for companies, the weaponization of OSHA, and naturally there's some wrinkles and complications on this story that I thought maybe you'd be able to straighten out for me and the listeners.
Well, I'll do my best, Ray.
Okay, so now this federal appeals court was in one district out there in the country, right? District 5.
The Fifth Circuit, yeah.
Fifth Circuit. Now, how much does that mean that it will apply to? Does it only apply in the Fifth Circuit? Does it apply nationwide? Is this something that will apply here on Guam?
It will apply nationwide when we have sort of a peculiarity in our system, and that is that if the United States is a defendant and a court orders the defendant to do something or not do something, it applies to the United States everywhere unless there's language in the order that limits it to a particular geographic area. This was the Fifth Circuit ordering that a district court's opinion or decision in the Fifth Circuit not be implemented. So it would have nationwide application.
I don't have the ruling in front of me, but I'd read bits and pieces of it over the weekend, and they seem to be concerned about overreach of the government and unconstitutionality of this measure, and the idea that OSHA doesn't necessarily have the authority to conduct to move through with this mandate.
Well, two things. First of all, this really wasn't a decision. This is this is the kind of thing that, when it comes from the U.S. Supreme Court, is called a shadow docket. It's not a briefed, argued, well thought through, voluminous decision. it's just an order, either ordering something to commence or to stop, pending a full-blown decision of that particular court. So the Fifth Circuit said, you can't do this until we've had a chance to consider this in depth.
The order at the bottom of an article I'm reading right now directs the Biden administration to respond to the request for a permanent injunction against the rule by 5 o'clock Monday, their time.
Yeah. Well, when you get into the permanent injunction, then that's when you get into the more full-blown judicial treatment of the matter.
Step one in a long process, do you think this is going to end in the Fifth Circuit, or do you think this is going to go all the way up to the SCOTUS?
Well, it's the kind of thing, a lot depends on whether or not any other circuit weighs in on it, because one of the surest ways to get to the Supreme Court is to having two different circuit courts decide differently on the same subject. However, in this particular case, even if there isn't a division of the circuits, I would suspect there's a good chance that it'll go to the Supreme Court.
Is this something that they would hear in an awful big hurry? Because this mandate would go into effect on the 4th of January, and that's something on the order of about 56, 57 days from today.
Well, once again, you've got the Supreme Court shadow docket. They could order that it not be implemented until they give it the full treatment.
Now, what about the authorities? I think this is going to be one of the things that the administration is going to pin all of their hopes on, is the authority of the Occupational Safety and Health, and the act that creates them. That they believe that OSHA has the authority to work in an emergency where they find that workers are in grave danger. What is that argument going to hinge on? How do we determine whether or not there's a grave danger of vaccinated employees being taken ill by unvaccinated employees?
Well, as I read what's going on, it's similar to what happened with the mortgage foreclosure moratorium enforced by
CDC,
by Rachel Walensky at the CDC, because she said, well, this is a public health measure. And the Supreme Court said, well, you're not, first of all, you haven't been appointed by the President and confirmed by the Congress, so you don't have the authority to make these kinds of orders. And second, your agency doesn't have that kind of authority either, so no more moratoriums on mortgage foreclosures. So I suspect similar thinking might be in play here with OSHA, that OSHA is a part of the Department of Labor. It's not a standalone. I don't remember if the director of OSHA is confirmed by the Congress. But once again, when you're talking about workplace safety, it's kind of a stretch to say workplace safety reaches as far as communicable diseases like this one.
Yeah. 6:52 in the morning, we're talking with Bob Klitsky, host of Tall Tales. He'll be on and dissect this even further at 4 o'clock this afternoon on The Point Radio. I suppose the operative question would be, if, all right, I'm a business guy, got 101 employees, about 90 of them are vaccinated, and I got some holdouts that are unvaccinated. I've got them in separate offices or working from home. What would your advice be to them at this point? Do you think they ought to just stand down and wait this out, or should they continue to move forward?
Well, ironically, when I was on my vacation, I visited my hometown and visited a factory run by an old man that I used to play basketball against.
God, wait a second. You're calling somebody an old man? What are they, 100, 200 years old?
He's going that direction. And he told me that he had just about 100 people employed in his shop. And we talked a little bit about the number 100, and he said, yeah, I'm very much alert to that, and we're not going to go above 99. So I suspect a lot of people are going through that thought process. So, when it comes to employment, these kinds of rules have a negative effect on employment, and that, of course, is the surest way to avoid the bullet. But if you go above that number and the matter and that 100 mandate passes judicial scrutiny, then you're just going to have to let some people go.
Well,
they won't like it, but you're not. I would hold that. I would suggest that you're not going to be on the line for wrongful termination.
Well, there's a joke floating around that says, I feel bad about it, but if I got 105 employees, I'm going to need to get rid of about 6 vaccinated employees because I know that they'll be able to get a job somewhere else. I'm not necessarily going to worry about those guys. They'll be able to get a job anywhere else. But the unvaccinated employees, maybe we'll take special care of them. 6:55, fascinating discussion as usual. A lot happening over the weekend. We'll watch this between today and tomorrow. There is more going on in the case now as Republican senators have threatened to defund the vaccine mandate. More on that and a little bit from their statement a little bit later on. Bob Klitsky, 4 o'clock this afternoon, right?
That's right, sir.
All right. And just a note here, you're going to have to make them very, very special tall tales over the next couple of days because Thursday, Veterans Day, we're taking it off.
Well, you know how we feel about taking the day off over at Tall Tales. We don't even like Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know pretty early so that you can build up a whole lot into the program over the next couple of days, and so they won't miss you so much.
But with Tall Tales, if it'll help the veterans, then Jose and I will make the sacrifice.
Good man, good man. 6:55 in the morning. I'll talk to you pretty soon. It's Bob Klitsky on the radio with Ray Gibson. I like getting a start on the weekend, the conversations with him on that, because there are a lot of people that are watching out for that. Dave Del Solo from the Department of Labor, and they would have to stand. Can you imagine how much work they'd have to do? First of all, we're going to go out to all the businesses and get the censuses and a number of employees that we've got. We want to find out how many of them are vaccinated, and then the next steps after that are like, wait a second, I'm an employee, whether I'm vaccinated or not. Who are you to demand my medical status, my medical history, the number of jabs that I've got to get at work? It just feels like it's a weird, sticky thing and an overreach. It has always felt like an overreach of the government as we start talking about this. Again, the next shoe to drop is what's going to be happening in the Senate that threatens now to defund the vaccine mandate. On September 9th, President Biden announced a plan to impose a sweeping COVID-19 vaccine mandate that, while ostensibly targeting American employers, it will hurt workers. Using the threat of crippling fines, the president mandate would compel all private employers with at least 100 employees to take action against workers who decline to be vaccinated. This is wrong, they said, morally, legally, and constitutionally. Accordingly, we will oppose all efforts to implement and enforce it with every tool at our disposal, including our votes on spending measures considered by the Senate. And there's probably going to be more on that. There's a number of states that have already lined up. There are a number of businesses that have already lawyered up on this. This is the beginning of an interesting case that could determine where the limits of our government go in a public health emergency. We watch what happens on a national scale like that. We got to ask ourselves the same questions here on Guam. When we're done with this, one of these days, off somewhere in a dim future, I can barely make it out, but COVID-19 is going to go away, and we won't have any restrictions, and the public health emergency will one day just lapse. It'll be the end of a month somewhere down the road where the governor is not going to be putting out a statement that extends the public health emergency by another month. I don't know when that month is going to be, and I don't know what the circumstances are that would guide the governor on the decision to let a public health emergency go. There seems to be something that looks hopeful on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post, but I'm going to read into this thing, and I don't mean to do this because I hate being that guy, but this is going to be there. Lucy is holding the football again. I'm going to use the Charlie Brown analogy. Lucy is holding the ball. Actually, it's not. Lucy is she's getting ready to do it. Nate Berg is the center.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to
snap the ball.
He's going to snap the ball. He's going to go, and she's going to go, hut, hut, and Nate Berg's going to snap the ball. That's what he's doing right now. He's setting it up. He's getting ready for the snap, and the governor's going to say, hut, hut, and then she's going to hold it, and here comes Charlie Brown. He's going to kick the ball, and just before he kicks it, something else is going to happen. There's going to be the Delta Mu variant, or they're going to say they can't find a ventilator at the hospital, or the kids aren't getting vaccinated fast enough, or there's not enough people with booster shots. To the degree that at least there's a little bit of honesty here, they're saying that they're not going to be doing things like with the car score. There's not going to be just one thing that goes into it. So guys, I wouldn't hold your breath. And when they start talking about, well, we're going to reduce some of these restrictions, lady, people have been walking around your restrictions for the last 2 months. Catch me if you can. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. I got you 93.3. This is The Point. Are there other things to talk about today? Absolutely. I'll get not a whole lot, but I mean, I get another 3 hours worth for sure as the Ray Gibson Show continues. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up on the other side of that. We got Monticello Tyron with a look at all the big news and stories that I'm going to be ripping into this morning. And Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. That's ahead. Here's Fox News.
Vaccine mandate will survive. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. A federal appeals court issuing a temporary stay on the Biden administration's vaccine mandate, requiring companies with over 100 workers to get vaccinated. U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy on ABC's This Week.
The president and the administration wouldn't have put these requirements in place if they didn't think that they were appropriate and necessary, and the administration is certainly prepared to defend them.
The White House has until 5 p.m. Monday to respond to the appeals court. The vaccine requirement setting January 4th as a deadline for affected workers to be vaccinated or face weekly testing. With passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill a done deal, the administration is now shifting its focus to President Biden's larger social infrastructure package.
After passing the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, up next, getting the rest of the president's massive economic agenda passed. Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema will likely play leading roles and would be the deciding votes in the upper chamber. A $2 trillion social spending bill looms. The more than 2,000-page bill contains new spending on health care, education, the climate, and new tax laws. Many Republicans are wary of the price tag and think it could cost the American taxpayer much more.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. The White House says President Biden will visit the Port of Baltimore on Wednesday to discuss benefits of the bipartisan infrastructure deal. Houston police are urging patience as they investigate what happened at the Astro World Music Festival Friday night. 8 people were killed, numerous others injured when the crowd surged the stage where rapper Travis Scott was performing. Scott says he will help investigators any way he can.
I'm honestly just devastated, and I could never imagine anything like this just happening.
Authorities say it's too early to draw conclusions about what went wrong. America is listening to Fox News.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
President Biden doing a victory lap Saturday after Congress passed his $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. Senior advisor to the president, Cedric Richmond, reflected on the Biden presidency.
People elected President Biden to do big things. One is to get the pandemic under control. We lost 750,000 Americans. And let's just point to the economy. The president has added 5.6 million jobs to this economy and brought the unemployment rate down to 4.6%, 2 years faster than the Congressional Budget Office expected. That's big things.
Richmond on Fox News Sunday. American governors joined a global climate summit in Britain. Fox's Simon Owen reports from London.
Around a half-dozen Democratic governors are attending the UN's climate conference in Glasgow, Scotland this weekend. A coalition of states says the governors are taking part to announce ambitious new climate commitments. They don't have a seat at the negotiating table, but Washington Governor Jay Inslee says state-level leadership is essential. Other states sending officials include Republican-led Maryland and Massachusetts. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
A big change for the Navajo Nation in the name of better health. Fox's Laura Cantor.
Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez signing tribal legislation on Saturday that would ban smoking in indoor locations across the reservation. The ban, which would also apply to tribal casinos, prohibits the use of cigarettes, e-cigarettes, and other commercial products. Tribal lawmakers had approved the bill in October. Nez calls the ban a step in the right direction to promote healthy living for the Navajo tribe. Ceremonial use of tobacco, as well as smoking in homes, is still permitted. Laura Cantor, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile team.
They make smiles happen.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Off the day at 7:06, I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Police are not releasing many details in the investigation into a fatal stabbing yesterday at a Chimuning apartment complex. They do confirm, however, that a person was taken into custody and an investigation is underway. Now, Candid News, though, was first to report that the suspect is a Russian native identified as A.K. Koshkev. He was seen in the video that went viral yesterday in which he appeared to have blood on his hands and feet while being placed under arrest and told to get to the ground. Candid News sources have said that the victim was identified as Dr. Miral Rabati, who was an interventional radiologist at the Guam Memorial Hospital. GMH was not able to comment or confirm his relationship with the GMH. GPD also has not identified the victim or the suspect. Now, another person was said to have been taken to the hospital with injuries. It could be a jollier holiday if the governor lifts the COVID restrictions that she has put in place for group gatherings. Her medical advisor says that he's expected to request that she ease some of the restrictions in time for the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. The Guam Daily Post was speaking with Dr. Nathaniel Berg and reports that the Physicians Advisory Group is working on an actionable plan for the governor to weigh, and that could lead to increasing the number of people allowed to gather at holiday parties, and that includes in restaurants and private homes. Dr. Berg says any easing of the restrictions will be contingent, though, on the corresponding improvements in the COVID situation. Berg says main areas of focus are the number of beds available at the Guam Memorial Hospital, the better adoption of available COVID-19 treatments, the rollout of the pediatric vaccines, and more residents receiving the vaccine booster. He says as we continue to see our numbers at least stabilize, we are encouraged to think that it won't be too long before the governor is able to make a decision. He says that they plan on presenting their plan to the governor as soon as possible. And the most recent COVID report has shown a decrease in the number of positive cases. At least in the latest JIC report, there were 15 out of 376 people who were tested. There are 39 people in the hospital with COVID-19, and the CAR score remains at a single digit, which is 9.0. Well, more news right after this.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Holiday Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 4 holiday signature prize packs at participating Burger King restaurants. Each holiday prize pack includes a retro vending fridge, kettle popcorn maker, a mountain smoker, an Arctic speaker cooler, and a camping hammock. Purchase any Whopper combo meal at Burger King or frozen dessert drink and get a chance to win. Check your receipts to get your transaction code and enter online on the Coke Guam website. Promotion ends January 6, 2022. Happy holidays to you from your friends at Burger King.
If you're a cyclist or a bike enthusiast, you might be interested in a virtual roundtable meeting that's scheduled for this evening at the legislature. It starts at 5 o'clock. Senator Talena Nelson calling the Department of Public Works to the conversation to talk about bike safety lane infrastructure. She wants to know what the plans are to designate bike routes on Guam, as well as other safety issues. That, again, is a virtual roundtable meeting. It starts at 5 o'clock via Zoom. Jeju Air, South Korea's biggest budget carrier, should be resuming its flights to Guam later this month. The airline plans to operate 38 flights on the Incheon Guam route from November 25th to January 31st before it begins regular flights, depending on the country's vaccination and infection rates, the company said in a statement. They resumed their regular flights to Saipan in July in a preemptive measure to absorb post-coronavirus travel demand. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Just fly them in, would you? Just keep flying those babies in. 7:10 in the morning. I got partly cloudy skies today with isolated showers. Winds east 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today should be about 78 degrees. The non-eggplant picture from Real Joe earlier this morning, he tried to capture the crepuscular rays coming up over the island. Not a bad shot. Not a bad shot.
Thank you, man.
But the problem is this was taken before 6, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and this time of year, we're not seeing the sun come up until quarter after 6. So, yeah, really, really early on that one. You're going to have to just split the show for a couple of minutes around 6:15 tomorrow and just, take a picture, come back in, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. For tonight, partly cloudy, then becoming mostly cloudy after midnight with some isolated showers. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Tuesday night and Wednesday, same thing, mostly cloudy during the early morning, becoming partly cloudy by afternoon. Heat index today going to feel like 96 with the sun. I got sunrise this morning at 6:17, and sunset tonight is going to be at 5:51, coming in a little bit earlier and staying out a little bit later. 7:11 in the morning. That's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Wait, first of all, they had a marathon and we weren't invited?
Yeah.
A New York City marathon?
Yeah.
What was it?
The Kenyans.
Oh, the Kenyans won again,
they won
huh?
2 hours and 22 minutes.
Barefoot?
2 hours and 22 minutes. All right.
Wow.
The fastest I've ever run a half marathon, I want to say, is just under a couple of hours. These guys.
This is a full marathon.
26.2 miles in 2 hours and 22 minutes. Well, now the important question. I'm gonna be like Dave Torrey here for just a second.
And they didn't break a sweat. Just so you know,
Oh, they never do.
I looked at the pictures. They look dry.
And when you see him running you see him running on television and everything in the coverage, it looks like they're running, like jogging. It looks like they're jogging, but they're actually pushing like a 6-minute pace.
I wonder how fast they have to run in order to increase their heart rate and lose their breath.
You know what they would do if you really wanted to get the exercise in on that, you wouldn't necessarily have them run.
They would have to go swimming.
You'd have to have them run on an incline. You'd have to get them because I went to a physical. I did a physical once in Manila, a little bit healthier than I am now, weight-wise, right? And so they put me on the treadmill for my heart stress test, and so they got me level 1, okay, level 2, and they finally get me to level 4, and I'm beating the machine. I'm absolutely beating the machine, and they said, okay, well, you're going to stop. I said, I don't feel like stopping, and they said, oh, okay, and then they jacked the thing up to about 45 degrees and said, okay, now are you ready to stop? And I gave it a little bit more of a go, but that's how you get them to really stress out. It's just change the inclination of whatever it is that they're running on. Trust me, they will sweat, even the Kenyans. But the question that Dave Torrey would be asking, what kind of shoes were they wearing?
I'm going to go see if there's pictures.
What kind? Yeah, is there any kind of shoes? I want to see what kind of Crocs. These guys were running in Crocs.
Maybe.
Right? There's little
some minimalist shoes.
Little Fila, those Fila slip-ins like my daughter wears. running those. That's not the crazy thing. There's, mine and I have run in marathons. We've run in marathons in Hawaii where we've run literally against people wearing getas, Japanese wooden slippers. And they get out there and they finish. There was a guy,
and then I saw the Kenyans that actually won the race, and I was like, I was right behind you. Like double took.
See there? And who was the guy here? Vega was his last name. He was a barefoot marathoner, and in fact, he and I'd finished together in a couple of races.
Wow.
Yeah. And
imagine the conscience on his feet.
Well, yes, I'm running. We're just about finished with a marathon. We're coming down the hill at JFK. I said, I got to ask, man, how's that feel? He says, it's okay unless somebody asks me. Then I start thinking about it again. Come to think of it, hurts like hell. I got you, buddy. I'll remember that for next time. 7:15 in the morning. All right, what am I supposed to tell everybody about?
KFC.
Oh, the sandwich.
Yes,
that's
sir.
what all marathoners eat. There's breakfast, lunch, dinner. That's a marathon meal. It's a KFC fried chicken sandwich. I'm raving about this. Number one, because I like all the food that they've got there. But they've got this sandwich, and it's at the drive-through near my house. I don't even need to think about it. Just go in there and do it. Ordered it up the other day, and I said, you know what? I really like that mayo. I want more of it. And they said, no problem, Mr. Gibson. We'll throw in some more. Then I said, can I get a couple more pickles? And maybe a couple more pickles for you, and have that with a couple of crispy strips. Get a couple of meals if you want to. And the great thing about the chicken sandwich is they don't start putting it together until the words have left your mouth at the drive-through. Once you have ordered that KFC fried chicken sandwich, then they start building it for you. So definitely try some of that. If you're going by for breakfast this morning, Colonel's chicken fried rice is always great, and if they still have it, ask for the egg tarts. Egg tarts. Your mind is going, what? But your mouth is going to go, hey, give me some more of that from KFC.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
I like this one. 7:16 in the morning. I've got good news for you. You remember last week we were talking about the record for Tappas crude, $88 for a barrel of that, and everybody was freaking out because gas costs $5.10 a gallon now, and going, oh, please, Ray, please keep an eye on the number, but don't tell us when it goes up. But I will tell you when it goes down, and down substantially. It is $84.22. That's off by almost $4 from where it was at record time. Now I don't know if that's going to be sufficient for the guys at the gas stations to roll back the prices for a gallon of gasoline, but I got my fingers crossed. Maybe there'll be good news on that. West Texas crude also sliding down a little bit, $81.21. I'm sorry, in comparison. It's $81.27. That number is actually about $2.50 higher than the one I quoted you on Friday. 7:17 in the morning. So yeah, there's going to be some up and downs. Now we're just going to have to get used to that because we got President Dementia Poopy Pants in office these days, and who knows what is going to be happening. They're talking about the people in the Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, laughing at reporters when they're asked questions about when we might be able to see a break in what's happening with the price of oil. 7:18 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point coming around the corner in just a couple of minutes. I do want to tell you where the markets all ended up on their Friday. S&P 500 breaking through at 4,697, 17 points in the green for them. The NASDAQ up by 31. They closed at 15,971. Dow Jones Jones Industrial Average, 36,327. They're up 200 points. In trading on Friday, FTSE is up by 25 points. Looks like a lot of the Asian markets were having a hard time. Nikkei off by 182 points. Hang Seng bled out 354 points. It closed at 24,870. Shanghai Index is in the red right now, and the DAX closes green 24 points. That's good news for them. Taking a look at where we are with the Bitcoin. Real Joe, you got a number for me on that?
62,791.
You know what? You might as well be speaking Japanese to me. I just where do I put that? Is that higher or lower than where we have been experiencing it lately? It's kind of in the same range.
64 high, maybe 59, 58 low.
I'm still not ready to buy.
Okay.
Yeah. Think about it. You know, every once in a while, the thought, maybe if I won that jackpot, the Queen of Hearts thing over at the VFW, maybe if I were to win that, folks, if you're listening, early in the morning, there's a guy posts. It's Post Canteen is the name of the identity, and Post Canteen. We usually talk about the VFW in the 6 o'clock hour, but I recognize that there might be a whole different bunch of people that are listening to the broadcast right now. Basically, a fundraiser for VFW and veterans, and in fact, they've got a couple of big deals coming up. In fact, on Veterans Day, they'll tell you more about in just a little bit. But they do a Queen of Hearts fundraising drawing at the VFW, and it is worth now $2,800. $2,875, right? Is that the number I quoted earlier? $2,875, and that's serious money. The last time it was won, that was weeks ago, was by Mark Cruz. I think he picked it up at about $1,100 or $1,200, but they restarted the process, and the numbers are way up there. So if you're looking to help out the VFW and vets in particular, those are the guys that you need to see. Friday at 7 o'clock is when they're going to be doing the drawing on all of that. The rest of you are going to have to hustle for your money, and if your new hustle involves working with the federal government, if you've already got your DUNS number, if you've already registered in SAMS, then the guys over at the PTAC have got a free Zoom procurement technical assistance webinar for you this Thursday. Is that right? Thursday? No, the 10th. It'll be the 10th, sorry. They're going to be doing the portal for federal contract opportunities. Guam PTAC will show you how to use the website to ensure you don't miss any opportunities. All kinds of opportunities, search filters, and search strategies are going to be discussed on this. And you might be going, well, yeah, I searched something for Guam, but couldn't find anything that looked like it was going to match up with our capabilities here. Don't search for Guam. Search for your capabilities, and because you might be able to get some offshore, as in out of Guam opportunities. There are a number of businessmen from here on Guam that are taking advantage of some of these opportunities in far, far away places where they've been able to get the contracts or work with companies that have. So always manage to take a look at all that. 671-888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number around here. While I got a couple of minutes while Jerry Roberts gets ready for the extra point, I wanted to take a look at celebrity birthdays. Do I have a minute for it? Yes.
Yes. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's normally because you normally wait until late in the program before I do celebrity birthdays. All right, let me see if there's anybody here that you might like. Tara Reid from Sharknado.
Love her.
46 years old.
Oh, no.
Jack Osborne from the Osbournes is 36 years old. What's that, 46, too old, too young? What are you shooting for these days?
Ah, man.
You know, just somebody to help you, that you can heartbeat back on your microphone, on your bicycle. Gordon Ramsay, the chef, is 55 years old.
Oh man, what a rude man!
But he's the only one. He's the only one that Uncle Robert likes. Is it not?
Really?
What's that Chinese guy?
Uncle Roger.
Uncle Roger.
Hiya.
Hiya. He's the only one that Uncle Roger likes, because Gordon Ramsay did an episode where he managed to make fried rice properly.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So this is Gordon Ramsay is the guy's guy.
Process.
Leif Garrett is 60 years old. Leif Garrett is known for a couple of things. One of them is I think that song, "The Do Run Run," from the late 1970s. And back in those days, I was just a fledgling broadcaster. I wasn't allowed to break format yet.
So I
had to actually play that song.
Yeah. You weren't allowed to break format?
I wasn't allowed to break format. Even when I was working in the middle of the night, the program director always told me, just assume I'm listening. And every once in a while, when I did, he'd catch me at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll tell you what. Anyway, so Leif Garrett is 60 years old. Wasn't he also one of the Hardy Boys?
I don't know.
Who am I thinking of from around there?
Before my time.
Yes, it is. Ricky Lee Jones also had a hit in the late 70s. Chucky's in Love, and I think that was it. She is 67 years old. But for some reason, they still celebrate her birthday. It's Phil, our Stapler's Day for those of you at work, if you're the boss at the office. And sometimes after you're done surfing and doing your Sudoku and Hocus Pocus in the Guam Daily Post, and you're looking for something to do.
Very important.
Phil, yes, absolutely right.
Call it a day.
Fill your staplers, because there is nothing more frustrating when you are trying to staple something and you click it and nothing comes out and you have no idea, even though you're the boss of a multi-million-dollar company, have no idea where we keep the staplers in here. So it's always a good idea to get some of those over at your place. It's World Kindness Day.
Oh, no.
And somebody noted this
I
on...
really like the shape of your beard.
Really?
Yes.
What if...
You are
He's being kind.
a wonderful
He's celebrating
person.
the day.
I'm missing this. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So
I thought we were getting weird there for a second.
Yeah. Turn down the lights, put on some smoky, I don't know. I had mentioned something last week about, always be, let your default character be kind to other people, because you never know what kind of crap they're going through in their life, what horrendous things they've got to deal with on a daily basis. And your smile, your hello, your hey, how you doing, might be the nicest thing that happens to them today.
All day long.
All day long. So it's a World Kindness Day. If you can't reach out and do something for somebody, if you're in the drive-thru, this is getting very positive, very common these days. If you're in a drive-thru and you're paying for a meal, look behind you. If there's somebody looks like, I don't know, single mom, or single dad, or just somebody that looks like they're just scraping by, go ahead and pay for their meal. They can do that.
And don't take it. Don't take their meal. Just pay for it.
Oh, that's the way that works. I'm rusty on this pay it forward thing. I maybe spend a little bit more time with Mana and the Hallmark Channel. 7:25 in the morning. Jerry Roberts, how was your weekend? Unfulfilling. It was the first weekend in a month that there was sunshine, and you didn't get any out there?
Next question.
Do I need to be kind to you? You're making that noise like I need to shower you with kindness because there's some horrendous crap going on in your life. All right, you tell me about it later. Jerry Roberts, who had an unfulfilling weekend, now is going to give you the extra point, and it's got to be a good one because it's Monday, and you know how people need the extra.
Wait a second.
Extra.
Are we off Thursday?
Yes, we are off Thursday. Okay. Yes.
So I better be good.
Well, it doesn't have to make it till Friday. Just enough to get people over Monday.
Okay.
All right. Here we go with the extra point. Brought to you by Guahana Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank.
Are you nervous in public situations like meeting people in groups? Is the idea of networking a scary thought? How about public speaking? No way? Well, I'm right there with you, and we'll chew on that next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahana Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
In high school, outside of a few close friends, I was nervous around people. I wasn't much good in social activities. On weekends, I would caddy for golfers at a country club, and things began to change. After 2 years of lugging golf clubs for rich folks, including some Hollywood celebrities, I've been transformed from a total introvert to a semi-introvert. It was progress, but I was still nervous around people I didn't know. When college started, I took a job delivering newspapers. It didn't pay a lot, and one day my supervisor asked if I wanted to make extra money doing collections on overdue accounts. Collections? Me? I told him there was no way I could do that. He lied to me and told me it was easy work, and some guys were making $20 for a morning's effort. Might not sound like a lot now, but the minimum wage was less than $2 an hour at the time. So making $20 in a morning, that was pretty attractive. I got assigned to a rough area of town where nobody was interested in paying for a newspaper. I had doors slammed on me. I was cursed at. I collected nothing in 4 hours. However, one very nice lady asked me to come back the next day, as she would then have the money. She asked me about school, gave me cookies, and made the morning end well. The next day I did collect from several people, had more doors slammed, and made a few bucks. Over the next couple of years, I took various side hustle jobs like handing out flyers and conducting street surveys. Most people ignore you, but you do have some good conversations. I sold subscriptions for the newspaper, going door to door and giving out a set of steak knives for a 3-month subscription. More doors got slammed. More people were angry for being disturbed. Yet some folks were nice, and many subscribed. Again, I didn't make a lot of money at it, but it still beat the minimum wage. Even better, I began to get more and more comfortable with knocking on doors and talking to strangers. This kind of activity is filed under the category of cold calling, which includes visiting people who haven't invited you and calling them on the phone. To most people, cold calling is scary and to be avoided at all costs. I once felt that way too, but grew to enjoy doing both. It's still the fastest way to get appointments, to talk to people about your business, and I still do it, even now in the COVID era. Yes, you get a lot of rejection. However, if you have a cheerful attitude, and I do at all times, and show respect, most of them treat you well. I don't bring this up to try to convince anyone to start doing cold calls, although I think it would help them as it helped me. Here's the point. I've done radio shows, TV, made speeches and presentations to groups, sold things, given trainings, and generally been in the public eye most of my life. And I am still an introvert. I had a horrible stuttering problem in my teens and a fear of talking in public. I've spoken here about my mother telling me that my career aspirations were all wrong because she felt I lacked the ability to communicate well. By doing some things I'd never done before, some of them a little scary, at least for me, I was able to shake off some of those worries. Now, I still get nervous when I talk to a group, and I've come to accept that I always will. It's okay. And I think that actually helps me to prepare better. If you have the kind of fears I've dealt with, I believe you can help yourself by facing them and just doing something totally different than what you're used to doing, something in front of people. It doesn't matter if you fail. Just do it. What you want to do is prove to yourself that you can, and it will become easier. Take small steps and build up your confidence. Do it long enough, and it will change your life. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:31. Natalia Faculo is the name of the girl. You want to find her on Facebook and the social media and find out when the next meeting for Toastmasters is. I walk in there and I'm a little bit nervous because all of a sudden I feel like I'm going to be graded. They're going to say, you better know what you're doing. You better able to get through a sentence without hemming and hawing and stuttering and doing all of those things that we're trying to train people out of here this morning. But it's a great group of folks, and they won't give you too much of a hard time, and will encourage exactly that kind of thing. Stand up, 60 seconds, and I know you can do it. It is amazing to me, though, that there are people for whom they would rather jump out of an airplane than speak in front of a crowd. Without a parachute. Speaking in front of the crowd. Now, you'd asked me, but while the break was playing, if I was familiar with a walkout that is planned, something about Axe the Vax. I think you and I saw the same thing in the social media. I don't know exactly where it is. So I Googled it, and what I found was get vaccinated, then Axinated, and this is from the Axe Men's Cologne Company. Every teenage boy on Guam smells like Axe because that's the first thing that they buy because they think it smells good. Yeah. And you can get body wash and hair things and all of that stuff with that famous Axe smell. So they're telling people get vaccinated, then Axinated, but that's not necessarily what you're talking about, right?
No.
It's kind of there's an organization nationwide.
Let me see if I can just find this thing.
Well, the up and down on that is they might not need to do it, depending on the outcome of what happens in an appeals court. Two-page order has directed the Biden administration to respond to a request for a permanent injunction against this mandate by 5 o'clock on Monday. So the wheels are already in motion in at least the Fifth Circuit after numerous Republican states filed legal challenges against the new rule set to take effect on January the 4th. And that is the one, Jerry, that if you do it wrong, if you're an employer with over 100 people, you are now in OSHA's crosshairs. They've weaponized OSHA to go after your unvaccinated employees for you. The unvaccinated employees either have to get vaccinated or they've got to test every week, and there's no obligation on the company's part to pay for or otherwise provide for those tests or even give you the time off to go and take it. There it is. Stand for freedom. Protest, I'm sorry, it went left. Protest the mandates. Nationwide strike 8 until the 11th. Let's hold the line. Join the 4-day no-show if you work in healthcare, education, telecom, supply chain, or transport industries, government, or in any sector. Boycott all employers that are mandating the vax.
Yep, that's what it says. I'd never seen that before. And it just showed up in one of the stories. And
these are interesting times. All of a sudden, the employers are having to do the hard work and heavy lifting for the federal government to help them meet those demands to get more people vaccinated.
With the threat that if you don't, then we're going to send OSHA in and whack you for $14,000 per incident.
This is after you've done everything else that OSHA has asked you to do, like train all your guys and make sure that you got safety posters and stickers and all of the other compliance stuff that you've got to do for what OSHA's job really is, as opposed to trying to get everybody vaccinated. The Occupational Safety and Health Act, according to their Solicitor of Labor, Seema Nanda, who said the Labor Department was confident in its legal authority to issue the rule, which will be enforced by OSHA. The Occupational Safety and Health Act explicitly gives OSHA the authority to act quickly in an emergency where the agency finds that workers are subjected to a grave danger and a new standard is necessary to protect them. We are fully prepared to defend this standard in court. On average, about 1,100 Americans are dying daily from COVID-19. Most of them are unvaccinated. COVID-19 has killed roughly 750,000 people in the U.S., 5 million worldwide. So they are going to use those numbers to justify the fact that one unvaccinated person out of 100 poses a grave danger to the other 99 members of the company who have been.
But the science doesn't hold up.
Nobody cares about science. You pointed out in your own extra point. Nobody cares about science.
So they're going to show studies, and then the other side will bring their studies up that shows everybody can get it, everybody can spread it. The viral load is the same whether you're vaxxed or unvaxxed or symptomatic or asymptomatic and all that. So they'll throw a flurry of paper up and say, here's my study and here's your study, and the judge in the middle will say whatever he or she does. But the point is that these mandates are coming at a time when it's suspected that this Delta variant is waning. And in many parts of the country, it is.
It is.
So, why now? And then why do you deputize OSHA at this point to do this? Why the big push now, especially when you've got all these therapeutics coming out? Not just monoclonal antibodies, which are as effective as the vaccine at preventing hospitalizations, bad outcomes. Now, Pfizer and what's the other one? Merck, I think, has come out. Also, they're coming out with a pill claiming to be 90% effective at preventing serious outcomes and hospitalizations. So with all this now, and that's not the only one. I mean, there's several of these things in the pipeline. So with all that, why now?
Keep everybody off balance, keep everybody needing the government, and make it so that it will be easier to steal another election in 2022.
Oh, well. Maybe so.
Only thing I can think of. So we cut the public health emergency, and we're going to keep people scared of each other. And there's a video I got. It was sent to me, and it's a woman on an airplane, and she is giving a ration to the flight attendant. She does not want to sit in her chair. She gets on the airplane and asks her seatmate if she can see his vaccination card, and he says no, you can't. And now, first of all, you don't need a vaccination card to get on an airplane.
Right.
Yet. But she was like, I'm not going to sit next to this man. I'm not going to breathe his oxygen. Finally, she was thrown off the airplane. But I mean, after giving this long tirade about how she felt like her life was being threatened by sitting next to this guy whose only crime was not showing him her the vaccination card. That's how stupid we've gotten in this country. Yeah. And there's all kinds of Karens that are going to be afraid of it. All kinds of people that are going to push that and go, I don't want to leave the house. I don't want to go outside and vote, and send me the mail, send me the ballot by mail. And there's going to be they're going to use that as an excuse to send out a whole lot more ballots and have nobody worries about identification cards or signature matching or any of that stuff.
Yep.
And then before you know it, they'll all be wearing uniforms and we'll all be singing little Nazi songs. 7:38 in the morning. There's Jerry Robertson and the extra point. Oh my God, Mana, you're supposed to go. Hey, you're supposed to at least go. And thank you very much. Good job. All right, Monticello Tyrant with the 7:38 news being brought to you by our friends over at Burger King. They got a new way to play and win some Coca-Cola goodies. We'll tell you about that in a little bit. Plus, the Ghost Pepper Chicken Nuggets are waiting for you at BK. 7:30 news also brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kemet with Huff a Day Realty. For all of your real estate needs, she's ready to help you out. In fact, the whole team of people over at Huff a Day Realty want to help. Call 671-688-6743. And Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control. Somebody discovered a new varmint over at the port, and they sent Ken to go and step on it and make sure it doesn't become a problem. That's the way they do that there. And he is literally the go-to guy for the government when it comes to killing bugs. He can do the same thing at your house, too. 487-5657 for Top End Pest Control. Mona, what happened in the news?
A Russian man was taken into custody by police following a fatal stabbing incident in Tamuning yesterday. Candid News reported that the victim was a radiologist at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Another person reportedly was sent to the hospital with injuries. Police say they do have a man in custody. They didn't identify him. They say the case is under investigation. A head-on collision also under investigation. It took place in Agate this week, and it sent at least one person to the hospital. His condition isn't known today. The crash took place in Agate. The victim said to be in his 30s or 40s, and he had serious injuries after emergency officials extricated him from one of the vehicles. And the governor could be lifting some of the COVID restrictions in time for the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. The Physicians Advisory Group is expected to make a recommendation to the governor. It could lead to increasing the number of people allowed to gather for the holidays. It is contingent, though, on the continued improved COVID numbers. The most recent report has 15 out of 376 confirmed cases of COVID. And a virtual roundtable hearing is scheduled for today at 5 o'clock with the Department of Public Works. Senator Talena Nelson, who chairs that committee, wants to know about bike safety and lane infrastructure and wants an update from the department. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Bike safety. Real Joe, you're the expert. Chime in.
Right away, sir.
No, you're...
Stay off the road, man. People are going to kill you. They don't care. They don't see you, and they don't want you out there.
Stay off the sidewalk.
Straight up.
You're absolutely
You're on your
right.
own. You better watch your own butt.
But then the same can be said for the pedestrians on the sidewalk. The cyclists don't see you and they don't care.
Oh, yeah,
So
wow.
if you're running on the sidewalk, they just knock you
Is
right
this a
over.
fight, man?
Bling, bling. You're supposed to use that little bell. Cling, cling, cling. The guy over at Hornet will ask you if you want a bell for your ride.
Everybody's in danger.
Everybody is in danger, right? So if you're, but I tell you what, the motorists, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the only one that moves over a little bit to give these guys some room on their bicycles.
Let's just say there's more bikes on the road these days than there used to be.
Yes, and
so watch out there in the outer lane, especially early in the morning.
Okay, and you have to be in the outer lanes and try to get it as lit up as you possibly can. And I've seen you riding your bicycle, and you are not bright enough. You need to go to the section. You need to, of the store where it's like crazy kind of I don't know,
Glow in the dark,
glow in the darky kind of neon-y colors.
Vegas marquee.
Well, because people need to be able to see you.
Yeah,
is the thing by satellite from space with the naked eye. They should be able to make you out on the roadway. But I constantly worry about things like that. As a runner, I got the sidewalks, and I do try to keep track of where the other runners are and whether I've got cyclists coming or going. But as far as the road's concerned, I am not a cyclist, and people ask me why that is, and the short answer is because I don't trust Guam drivers. I absolutely don't trust. I don't trust Guam. I'm in a car, and I don't trust Guam drivers. There was somebody on Marine Corps Drive. I was leaving Agana and heading up Route 8. And you know how it's kind of dicey as to which lane you're supposed to be in on Marine Corps Drive southbound. You got that one turn lane, and does the other one go straight, or is that also a turn lane? I don't really know. And a car decided that it was not in the correct lane and decided that it was just going to go into the correct lane. No signal, no. And was there other cars coming? Sure, but they'll stop for me, and thank God they did.
Yeah.
So,
but you know, that dangerous assumption is
they
also
stopped
a problem.
trying to get into my lane.
The dangerous assumption that the cars are going to stop for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see these cyclists taking a risk, you know, thinking that, oh, the car sees me. And
then it's tragedy, and then Mana's reading stories about you in the news in the morning. 7:43 Beyond the Box time. You can find them at the Micronesia Mall, making a big deal about brand new iPads that they've got in there. Next generation, and you're gonna love the price. But apparently they've got another shipment of those tags, those Apple tags. Those are you want one of these things. I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example. I've got something similar in my wallet, and I left the house, and I realized that I didn't have it on me. And then it sent me a thing that says, oh, you've left the house and your wallet's still here. Is this message of any value to you? They've gotten the technology now so that you can track things, and it'll tell you when you've forgotten something. And if you want to know where something is, you can find it. You can locate it. Last known good address on the Facebooks, or not the Facebooks, but on the apps. Really is great technology. I know a lot of people that are getting them and affixing the tags to their dog collars. So if the dog gets out, they've got a pretty good chance that the dog is going to be found. You'll be able to locate them. And if you got old, Biden-style parents or grandparents, and you're worried about them getting out and getting lost, maybe one of those things that you can attach to their clothes and keep on them. 7:44 in the morning. If you want details, go visit them. They're at the Micronesia Mall Center Court beside GameStop, or call them on the phone, 671-888-8269, 671-888-8-BUCKS.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Or what we like to refer to them as Capri Funds. Yes. Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com. Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar is finally here. Everything you want in a cheeseburger: creamy cheddar cheese, applewood smoked bacon. Oh, yeah, there's meat in there, too. Sweet bacon sauce for even more flavor, and crispy onions, all in a toasted cheddar bun. Hurry, you got to try one today for limited time only at Wendy's. Let's see what's happening in the world of traffic now. Take a look at the traffic gizmo. That was last hour. Let's see if it's gotten busier this hour. And yes, magically, it has. Cohort A, the smart kids are going to school today, so you'll find some traffic over by the schools. Also some traffic on the Pau Pau into Waisang Song. Busy in both directions there. Route 1 and Route 3, not so busy at the intersection, but Route 3, ugly right now. So if you're coming in from the rest of the village up around the terraces and the gardens, expect some delays through some of that. We got a lot of traffic. 8, 10, and 16 is ugly right now. 10 and 15 is ugly. I mean, what is going on down there? We got a big funeral happening or something? Escorts with the sirens and the motorcycles? I don't know. 10 and 15, not looking very pretty right now. Most of Route 8 has got some intersection traffic, and school back in session at Harvest, you can tell, because that's what this line here tells us when we're taking a look at the big screen. That is all what we like to refer to as car line traffic, and if you didn't leave early enough, you're stuck in it. A little bit of traffic getting into the downtown and Gatineau area. Marine Corps Drive, some traffic on Route 1 at the usual spots, Camp Watkins and over by the ITC building, etc. Expect some delays because it's that time of day. At 7:47 on The Point.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Contact Express Financial for all your financial needs. Express Financial is consumer lending at its very best. They also have a host of dealer service programs with quick approvals. There are 3 ways to apply. Over the phone at 637-9834. You may visit their office in person at 600 Harmon Loop Road across the street from Costules. Or you can also visit their webpage and apply at myexpressfinancial.com. In most cases, you'll get your money the same day.
Okay, 7:48. Be right back.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
7:48, the Ray Gibson Show. Monday. Is it Monday? It is Monday. So, did everybody have a righteous weekend? Was there fun in the sun?
Yeah.
Did you get up on? Did you ride the mountains again?
No, I didn't.
No.
Oh yeah, actually I did. I'm sorry, I forgot. It was so hot out there, man, Ray.
His brain's fried.
I lost. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. No, completely, totally understand. Totally understand. So yeah, the interesting weekend in all the usual spots. I took care of some of my manly chores and then decided that you know what, it's beach time. It's beach time. I took a look at the My Radar program that one of the Adlet boys turned me on to, and it showed me that the sun was going to be at its peak and the heat would be at its peak about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so I started to plan for around that time. That's when I wanted to get started with my beach day Sunday adventures.
Yeah, it was sweet, man.
It was nice. About the only problem is I went to Jimmy's. I went down to Jimmy's, and the problem with Jimmy's and that beach occasionally is there will be some kind of weird water thing that goes on, and it brings in just all kinds of weird sea life. See, like weeds or something in there, and it washes up, and then there's a little bit of an aroma. So you got that, and then there's something about the siltiness of the ocean. But you know, if that's what you've got to deal with, well, then you make the best of it, doggone it. And it wasn't so bad because there were a lot of people out playing some beach volleyball, a little bit of frisbee going on, tossing a football, and it looked as though. It looked as though nobody had ever heard of COVID-19 because there was a whole lot of people. There was frolicking, and everybody was having a good time. And I don't recall seeing anybody except the people in Jimmy D's wearing a mask.
Oh, okay.
Because apparently, you know.
Yeah.
There's no mask, no entry.
There's a perimeter.
Or yes, exactly. Exactly. At any rate, so when will all of that change? And to the point that I'm going to make now is the advisors are proposing easing restrictions as holiday is near, and so they're teeing it up here. They're teeing it up the idea that if things go right, then the governor might make some kind of a pronouncement that will make it so that we all have a happy Thanksgiving and a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and all of those great things that they believe that we are not doing already anyway. So there's an interesting write-up in today's Guam Daily Post. I'll go through some of that here in a sec. I do want to... he's on. Oh, the weather guy. Landon.
Let's go, Landon.
Let's go, Landon.
Good morning.
Is your brother tired of that yet?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So Landon's brother's name is Brandon because they're twins, and it's Landon and Brandon. Now I'm just can I ask you a question? This is going to seem like a weird kind of out of the blue question, but what would your names have been if you were girl twins? Have you ever asked your folks that?
Gosh, I don't know. That's a big.
Linda and Brenda.
Linda and Brenda.
It would probably be Brandy somewhere in there.
Brandy and Landy.
Make a phone call. It's Sunday there. Reach out to somebody in the house and find out if you had been girl twins. What would your girl twin names be?
Ashley and Brittany. I don't know. We'll have to call home.
7:50. So the wettest October on the record. We broke a record last month.
Yes, that was a wet month, and it rivaled 1953, I believe, which most of that fell in a span of about 24 hours in 1953. This year it was just trickling in every day. We had a pretty wet month, and none of it was from tropical storms or typhoons.
Yes.
That's one of the odd things. We only had 3 typhoons in the entire West Pacific in October, so it's been a very slow tropical season. So
good.
far.
I hope it stays that way. I don't envy. I don't wish for times where I've got to worry about shutters or bucket flushing or food going bad in the freezer. So I know. I mean, I know about weather people, and you guys love that kind of thing. But over here on this side of the table, I'm not so crazy about that. So big month of October, we broke a record. What do we get? I mean, do we get a certificate here? Can is it buy one get one free over somewhere?
Well, we are releasing our forecast for free to the public, so if that helps.
Hey, all right. Well, now what are the prospects? Look, I was talking with Jeff from Pirates Cove one day, and we were remarking about on one of those wet October nights, as a matter of fact, and he was saying, and he talks like an old timer every once in a while. He'll grab his whiskers and say, usually from about Liberation Day until Halloween or so, that's a wet months, and we ought to be getting out of the wet months and into the what is now the cooler, drier season around the holidays. Yes. Is that what models are beginning to show?
Yeah, that's definitely the trend. We're starting to get into that transition period where the wet season starting to battle with the incoming dry season. They kind of battle it out, and so we're going to see a little bit of a fill of the dry season, at least for the next 5 or 6 days. We're going to have a steady, moderate to fresh trade wind pattern set up across the region. We're looking at 10 to 15 knots of east winds all the way out toward the Marshall Islands, and then the winds start picking up into the dateline. We're going to be seeing this fairly dry pattern at least through Thursday into Friday, and then we can get wet again over the weekend. We have looks like a trade wind or a tropical disturbance of sorts coming our way this weekend, possibly into early next week. We will be watching that, but otherwise, this week's going to be much drier than what we saw for much of October. So do get outside and enjoy the drier weather.
Well, yeah, get outside and enjoy Now, this is the way men handle things around here. Now that it's dry, we can cut the yard. We can go outside, do our bush cutting and our lawn mowing, and maybe a little bit of painting done while things are dry enough to get that going. But in the longer term, as it gets to be the holidays, I guess we're going to have a little bit of back and forth between the raininess and the dry, as we usually do here on Guam. But you're not seeing anything out there that's of any kind of threat.
Yeah, that's correct. Nothing organized or significant threats at this time. Again, we'll be watching that thing for this weekend. The models do show a much wetter pattern for the weekend, but we'll have to watch that in the coming days as that materializes in reality versus the numerical forecast models.
Take me to well, you said things will be nice for Veterans Day. Looks like it'll last at least that long, and then then deeper into the month we've got Thanksgiving holiday coming up, and long-term expectations should be pretty good.
Yeah, long-term expectations are good. We are going towards a La Nina type pattern, so that's also a good prognosis for a tropical cyclone outlook. Keeping activity suppressed across their area and then eventually moving more toward the west and north. But with a La Nina, that also means our dry season can be a little bit wetter than normal. So keep that in mind as we go into January, February. We'll start getting those wintertime weather patterns where you get these frontal systems off in the North Pacific. They'll come down to the shear line, and they could pack in over our area, bringing us
this year's going to be different. We're going to get all that dry Arctic stuff from China and Japan and Korea, and that's going to come down here. It won't be cold, but it'll be cooler, drier air.
It'll be noticeably drier.
Yes.
February is is the month that we bottom out with our temperatures. We usually drop down into the upper 60s some nights in some areas of the island.
Yep.
And it'll be noticeably cooler. So I like those nights, especially on a motorcycle.
Oh, especially on a motorcycle, especially when the power bill is going up. It's nice to just open the windows and let Mother Nature cool the house. And about my favorite time of year for that is coming up. 7:57, always nice talking with you. We'll do it again soon, my friend.
Likewise.
All right. That is just looking for confirmation on the wettest October on record, beating out 1953. As it says, even older, the record stood even longer than I have been alive. 1953.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know. What was Carl Gutierrez doing in 1953? I'm going to ask. He's
farming.
Him and Klitsky are the two oldest guys I know anymore. Anyway, 7:57 and change. I wanted to play this for you and get some audio. I believe the audio is clean because the guy that was running the arrest yesterday in Tamuning of somebody that is alleged to have been involved in a stabbing here, it seems to me that this guy had his powder dry. I mean, the training, how to conduct the arrest, what to say, how to take charge with somebody clearly dangerous. And in fact, if you can make out the video, you can see that, yeah, covered in blood is an adequate description here of what's going on.
Keep your hands up. Get on the ground. Down here. Down here. Down. Down on the ground over here. Get on the ground. Towards me. Down. Down. Keep your hands out. Legs out. Legs out. Keep your hands up. Keep your legs out.
And there's a video, and I don't know who took the video, but I appreciate them getting out there and that turning into something viral here this morning. There is more to this video, but again, the command and control over the suspect that was taking place. I don't know who that cop is, but as a testimony, whoever trained him did a good job with this guy. And there's other parts of the video where I believe the same officer is involved in talking with some witnesses and other people at the scene, and likewise, very just calm and in control of the situation. Look, if you walked in you opened a door on a crime scene, and there's a body over there, and a guy over here who looks like he's been in the ring and duking it out with MMA guys. Would you be as calm and cool and collected as he was? Or, you would have heard a shake in my voice. I think I would have gotten the job done, but I think you would be able to tell that yeah, I might be a little bit intimidated by all of this. Maybe that's why it's a good thing that I'm not a member of Guam's police force. Not much by way of commentary. The police have been rather tight-lipped on this. They're basically saying there was an arrest and a lifeless body, and maybe more a little bit later on. Seems like, as usual here these days, though, social media is where we're learning more about the alleged attacker, the alleged knifer, and the identity of the victim in this case. That has not been officially released, but as I said, social media is leading the way with answers to a lot of questions that people are asking these days. So if you don't get it on the news, it might be popping up in your WhatsApp or your social media feeds. It's 8 o'clock in the morning already? How about that? KUSG getting you 93.3. Stand by. We are The Point.
Focusing on the social package. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. The White House concentrating on its next hurdle, getting President Biden's nearly $2 trillion social spending package passed by Congress. White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain on NBC's Meet the Press.
I think this bill will pass the House when the House comes back. I'm sure the Senate will make changes. That's the way the legislative process works. But we are going to get a very strong version of this bill through the House, through the Senate, to the president's desk, and into law. And again, it's because the American people need some help with their basic expenses.
Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso was asked by Fox's Sunday Morning Futures if he thinks Senator Manchin will say yes.
I believe he will not. I believe Senator Sinema will not as well. They're going to have a huge impact on how this ultimately turns out. I'm going to do everything I can do to stop it, period.
The House is expected to take up the social infrastructure bill later this month. The Biden administration plans to fight legal challenges to its vaccine mandate for larger businesses after a federal appeals court Saturday put a temporary freeze on the rule. Fox's Alexandria Hoff reports.
It was set to go into place January 4th with fines for companies that don't comply. So far, the attorneys general in 11 states have filed lawsuits challenging the president's COVID vaccine requirement. And on Friday, Kansas's Democratic Governor Laura Kelly came out against the mandate. In a statement, she said this, quote, "I don't believe this directive is the correct or the most effective solution for Kansas."
The White House has until 5 p.m. Monday to respond to the appeals court stay. A strong storm off the southeast coast combined with periodic higher tides to cause flooding that approached levels rarely seen outside of hurricanes along the South Carolina and Georgia coasts. The flooding closed a number of roads but did not cause major damage. America is listening. Fox News.
Now open on Guam, 511 Tactical Gear Guam, offering superior tactical apparel and duty gear for law enforcement, first responders, tactical operators, and recreational enthusiasts. You'll find Guam's largest selection of 511 pants, shirts, jackets, hats, boots, watches, knives, lights, patches, and gear bags. Shop inventories online at tacticalgearguam.com. Located in Harmon, Route 16 Army Drive between Little Wangs and the Dungeon, right next to Bargain Tactical. 511 Tactical Gear Guam. Always be ready.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars. Like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage. As low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore. As low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
President Biden clarifying this weekend potential legal settlements to migrant families separated during the Trump administration. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from the White House.
Days after dismissing reports of $450,000 settlements to some families who illegally entered the U.S., the president clarified it was the dollar figure and not the payments he disputes.
If, in fact, because of the outrageous behavior of the last administration, you coming across the border, whether it was legal or illegal, and you lost your child, it's gone, you deserve some kind of compensation.
The Wall Street Journal first reported the possible payments in response to lawsuits filed by civil rights groups. Republican lawmakers have said they will try to block any payment to illegal immigrants. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A judge has thrown out the 9-decade sentence for a drunk driver in New Orleans. Fox's Jane Fergus reports.
In March of 2019, Tashanti Tony drove his car into a group of bike riders along a Mardi Gras parade route, killing 2. Tony's blood alcohol level was above the legal limit. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 90 years in prison. But a Louisiana Court of Appeals has tossed that, saying the judge failed to sufficiently spell out why he handed down the maximum. Now the case goes back to criminal court for a, quote, meaningful sentencing hearing. Jane Fergus, Fox News.
Snow could be possible for parts of the plains later this week. Fox Chief Meteorologist Rick Reichmuth reports.
Wednesday, a little bit of rain across parts of the northern plains. It's by the time we get towards Thursday, the temperatures really drop. We're going to be looking at some snow coming in across the plains for the first time.
The central plains and the upper Midwest seeing warm temperatures today, while a storm system that caused flooding moves away from the southern coast. I'm Joe Chio, Fox News.
When making the new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich, people asked how I felt about burger places selling fried chicken. I'd say that's none of my business, just like making fried chicken is none of theirs. The new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich with mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy, it's gonna be a while.
The new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich is back for good, along with the new all-white meat KFC chicken sandwiches, Zinger, Super Deluxe, and Grilled Doublicious. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Do you or a loved one have loss of use of a hand or hands from an injury, stroke, birth defect, or pain? Then reach out to a specialist in upper extremity and hand surgery care by contacting Dr. Jerome Landstrom, board-certified reconstructive hand surgeon and microsurgeon. 671-646-HAND or visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Hafaday, konnichiwa,
patois, ciao. Enter for a chance to win the 76 Circle K World Cuisine Giveaway. Be one of 3 lucky winners to win a passport of free food from around the world at over 15 different local restaurants. Just stop by any 76 Circle K, purchase $35 or more in fuel to get an entry form. Drive by today and taste the world with 76 Circle K's World Cuisine Giveaway. Visit 76CircleKGuam.com for more details. Some conditions apply. Circle K, take it easy.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Police are not releasing many details in the investigation into a fatal stabbing yesterday, but they do confirm an investigation is underway and they have a suspect in custody. Candid News, though, has reported that the suspect is a Russian native identified as A.K. Kosev. He was seen in a video that went viral yesterday in which he appeared to have blood on his hands and feet while being placed under arrest. Canada News sources have said that the victim was identified as Dr. Miral Ribati, who is an interventional radiologist at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Now, GMH couldn't confirm the relationship they have with the victim. GPD also has not released many details. We are told another person was sent to the hospital with injuries. Police continue their investigation into a crash in Agate that sent one man to the hospital. His condition, though, has not been updated since the crash. Highway Division investigators were on the scene, taking photos and categorizing the placement of debris. The accident took place just before 9 p.m. on Friday. GFD extricated one of the victims out of the vehicles. He has not been identified other than being in his 30s or 40s, and is said to have had serious injuries when he was transported to Naval Hospital. It could be a jollier holiday if the governor lifts the COVID restrictions on group gatherings for the holidays. The Guam Daily Post, speaking with the medical advisor, Dr. Nate Berg, reports that the Physicians Advisory Group is working on an actionable plan for the governor to weigh, and it could lead to increasing the number of people allowed to gather for holiday parties, both indoors and outdoors. Berg says any easing of the restrictions, though, will be contingent on the corresponding improvements in the COVID-19 situation on island. He says the main areas that they are looking at would be the number of available beds at the Guam Memorial Hospital, better adoption of COVID treatment, the rollout of pediatric vaccines, and more residents receiving the vaccine boosters. He says that plan is expected to be presented to the governor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the latest JIC report shows a decrease in number of positive cases, at least in the one that was posted this morning. Today, they reported 15 out of 376 people tested were confirmed to have COVID. There are also 39 people in the hospital. And the CAR score is also at single digit, which is at 9.0. Well, more news right after this. The Department of Public Works to go meet with the Guam legislature today for a virtual roundtable hearing. It'll be held via Zoom at 5 o'clock, and the focus of their discussion will be bike safety lane infrastructure. They want to know the current Guam law regarding bike safety and statutes and any plans to update the local law. They also want to take a look at the rights-of-way penalties and enforcement for motorists and the bike route safety requirements, as well as pedestrian and bike safety rules and regulations. That hearing, again, will be a virtual one at 5 o'clock via Zoom. Jeju Airlines, South Korea's biggest budget carrier, says it is planning to resume flights to Guam later this month. Jeju Air plans to operate 38 flights on the Incheon-Guam route from November 25th through January 31st before it begins regular flights, depending on the vaccination and infection rates in its country. The low-cost airline suspended most international routes back in March of 2020. They did resume their regular flights to Saipan in July. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I was going to do weather in a second. I was actually calling up a story that Candid had over the weekend that I thought were interesting. JIC coronavirus numbers and census are not adding up. Guam's vaccinated versus unvaccinated count does not add up with the latest census of the population. The governor's office, however, is not necessarily ready to concede the discrepancy of arithmetic. According to Friday night's JIC, 124,073 Guamanians aged 12 and up are vaccinated. 12,220 people ages 12 and up are not vaccinated, and 32,029 Guamanians age birth through 11 are presently ineligible for the vaccine. That's a total of 168,322 residents. But according to the recent census, there's only 153,836 people living on Guam, 14,486 fewer people than the population numbers public health officials have been working with, assuming the census data is near accurate. Which numbers are correct? You know, may I quote? I'd like to quote B.J. Cruz. who is the public auditor, who once said famously, Antelope is where math goes to die. So if that has any basis on the formulation of your decision on whose numbers are correct, well then we'll let you know. I'm not nuts over the census numbers either. I thought I'd read a story that said virtually everywhere is looking at the census numbers. Like everywhere in the United States, they're looking at it going, yeah, that doesn't feel right. Maybe there's
I think we need
got
a
a
do-over.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Maybe
I didn't respond.
Right?
I never did.
No, you never did. We famously talked about that every morning. Did you get it?
I scheduled
and
it.
You never did?
Didn't, no.
Okay, so now, and your house, there's many people that in and out of the place where you live. So there's there could be at least 24 people there that have not been accounted for in at least that one. In that one, it always feels crowded when I go there. There's never enough toilet paper. Anyway, I'm kidding.
There is now. Since COVID, I've stocked up.
And they say we have to prepare maybe for another one of those things. Did you see over the weekend where China has told the country, the nation of China, is telling their citizens to stock up on essentials, quote, in case of emergencies, and saying nothing else about what the nature of those emergencies
so you have
might
people
be.
with like half a cow walking down the street with the carcass. Did you see that? Did you see the videos of that?
Oh my God, no.
Yeah,
You gotta send me some of that. All right, here it comes the weather for today. Partly cloudy, isolated showers, winds from the east up to about 15 miles an hour. Daytime high should be about 88 degrees. It'll go partly cloudy through most of the night, mostly cloudy after midnight with some isolated showers. Lows overnight should be about 77 degrees. One of the other cool things about that My Radar program that I didn't realize is if it might be one of those things you have to pay for. It's like $10 a year, so stop being so cheap. But pull the thing down, pull the little shutter down, and it will show you for today what time it will be warmest and what time it will be coolest. Well, I have that. Stand by one. I'm going to put this up on, at least in my hand so I can see what they're talking about today. Speaking of cool, 96 degrees for the heat index later on this afternoon. Sunrise this morning was at 6:17, and sunset tonight is going to be at 5:51. All right. Now, according to My Radar, it says here that the coolest point of the day was 1 a.m., and the warmest part of the day today is going to be at 1 p.m. So you can make a decision on whether you want to be indoors or outdoors, depending on your activity at those times. 8:14 in the morning. Coming up, Guam's favoriteest mayor. Well, we don't really know that for sure because the Pika numbers have not yet been released by the people over at the Pacific Daily News. Arguably, they'll do that when they get around to publishing a newspaper again. I guess they weren't able to get a print edition out today. Did you see that?
No, yeah.
Yeah, we all go to the same place for our newspaper.
Pika numbers. They're still doing the tabulation. They're busy.
Yeah. But forgot to press the send button on
Come
the.
on, it's a small paper.
What do you got?
You can do it. It's
just
a little teeny.
The brochure. Okay, got you. 8:15 anyway. Just going to be coming up here in just a second. May I do shouts real quick before we do anything else? I want to do shouts. Online listeners around the world, as Bob Klitsky says, worldwide listening audience here on The Point, including a bunch of people that we've got tuned in Windsor, Ontario, which is not, it's a whole different country. It's attached to the mainland, but it's a whole different country. Atlanta, Georgia, which sometimes feels like a whole different country. And then we've got London, England. London and merry old England, mate, is tuned into our broadcast this morning, and I just gotta wonder why. How did you find us? Tell me your process of discovery to find the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3's streaming app. How did you get from where you are? And there's great radio in England too. There's a station I listen to all the time for contemporary music called Capital FM, and that's a fine radio station. But I'm glad maybe you got tired of the sound of the shoes going around in the dryer, and now want to hear a little bit of talk on what it's like on Guam. And it's interesting here. If you've listened for the last 20 minutes, you'll no doubt agree. 8:16. Be right back.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Family Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
What's that? William John Shadowin's talking about a different place. I thought he was talking about Atlanta. Says he used to be part of Russia, but they speak a Russian, German, Creole type mixed language. All right, interesting. 671-888-8255, 888-TALK. It's 8:17 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home, and the team over at Take Care. And Take Care excited about working with employees of the government of Guam and their retirees. Likewise, also going to be very, very interested in working with more members of the federal government. My understanding is that it's getting close to renewal time and sign-up time, and so they're saying, look, we are among the happiest people that you will ever work with. Lots of great exercise programs, lots of great health programs, and some great doctors and nurses and people to help you through whatever it is that you need to get through at Take Care, Our Island, Your Clinic.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
That's not the one that gives the phone number, right? Okay, groovy. Because it's changed. It's the same last 7 digits, but you got to remember to include the first 3, 671-888-8255. 888-TALK. That's how you remember it. We got a new WhatsApp here at the radio station as well. It's 671-797-8255. So the talk line and the WhatsApp line now have the same last 4 digits, so you don't have to worry too much about remembering all of that stuff. 8:18 in the morning, and the only reason why he's still on the line is because I referred to him as as Guam's favorite mayor from the beautiful village of PDS, Jess Alec. Buenos and Habadedes.
Good morning.
Hey, man,
it's a Pika's best morning, right?
It's a what? Oh, yes, it's a Pika's. So do you know where you are in that? Did you beat Junie?
I don't know, but I'm sure you know. You always got the lowdown.
No. This is one of the best kept secrets in town. Right up there with with when is the public health emergency going to end? But the guys over at the PDN, they do a pretty good job of keeping that on track. Now, I think I will get an inkling of who the Pika's best of are, or whether I'm still in the running or you're still in the running, when they call you and ask if you want to buy a thank you ad.
Oh, yeah. That's correct.
I think that's usually the way this works. Now, and friends, I might be jeopardizing the possibility that the Point or any of the stations of choice broadcasting might actually be selected as Pika's best of, because it's all clickbait. It really is. It's just designed to get people clicking on the PDN and then clicking on that and then seeing all the other ads that they sold. And then now that the clickbait part of it is done, is the sales effort where they're going to go to all of the people that have become, the Pika's best and say, hey, how about that? Tell you what, we'll get a picture of you holding your Pika's best of, poster, and then we'll even give you a copy for your lobby and all of that stuff.
Show me the money. That's
exactly.
About, right?
I'm not jealous. I wish I'd have thought of it, and I give them all the credit in the world for following through on that. 20 after 8 o'clock in the morning. And as far as I'm concerned, Mayor, I don't think you need a survey like Pika's Best to know that you're doing a great job in the village. And not only are you doing a great job for the village, but I think you're also doing a great job for the Mayor's Council.
I'm hoping that I've tried my best, that's for sure. And one of the things that we're working on now, and I'm going to send you some things on WhatsApp, because our foster care recruitment, the Gift of Family campaign, we don't have a budget for it, and everything that we've done with it is really out of our pockets. Yeah. And since we started talking about it, I talked to you one time about it, and I talked to other people about it. Residents just call us about, what can we do, or how can we help, or we're interested, or we want to know more about it. And, Ray, the reason why we started this is I attended a technical assistance meeting with public health, and they showed us statistics, and the one thing that they showed me was there was about 480 foster children and a little over 30 active foster homes.
Yep.
And it's so you ask yourself, so where are these kids and how are they, right? And so we're so focused on everything else in life, and we're so focused on all the other external things, but we forget about the real lives that matter, and these children matter to us, and they matter to all of us. We just need to make sure that, we can find enough homes for them. We do know about the existing shelters and the organizations that work so hard to support the foster care system. But Harvest House, so we're partnering with Harvest House because they have an amazing organization. They, from beginning to end, they're with you. We've attended an informational meeting with Harvest House, so we know what potential foster parents will go through, and it's enough. It's succinct. It's not, it's not boring. It's not over an hour. But it's helpful information, and it gives you enough information to discern, this commitment. And really, like one of these older ladies in my village says, Jesse, all you need is love. And you need to have a lot of love for sure. But
you also might need some Pampers, and you might need some chow, and you might need toothpaste and hairbrushes and all of the things that these young people are going to need. So love is going to go a long way, most of the way, if you will, but not all the way.
Most of the way, you're right. Not all the way, and that's where the support system, the support organizations come in. And I feel like, and so I'm lucky in PD. We have 2 foster families. And actually both foster families, both are foster moms, and they're single moms. And so I've heard their stories, and I'm inspired by it. And I think because of them, one is a lot older and one is a lot younger. And their 2 stories, it makes a difference. And you're right that the reimbursement from public health doesn't pay for everything, but there's certainly benefits to this. There's definitely child care services that are provided to the young child. And like I said, the support system from Harvest House, most especially, and of course the Catholic Social Service and Archdiocese of Regina, they're also good partners. So we're hoping to put all of this together and entice, more families to even think about, just discern the possibilities of becoming a foster mom or dad.
There's a lot to it, but I know families that have been involved in foster programs for decades, and they all have one thing in common: they look surprisingly happy for the burden, for what many other people would consider a burden, but they don't. Right. So if you want information on this, find Mayor Jess Alec down in PD, and he'll get you the P's and the Q's and all of that stuff. You let me know what's going on, times and dates, and we can have this conversation on the radio. In fact, you can come by the radio station if you want to and make a big deal about it. Among the other reasons why I called you was I was looking at something here, and I said, right on, I don't have a problem with you guys standing up to public health in the governor's office, and we're already busy in the mayor's offices, and I don't want to take on any additional responsibilities and liabilities, even in the testing of COVID patients. So I'm thinking that was maybe not a well-received message, certainly well-received by me. You guys have got quite a lot on your plate already.
Oh, yeah. So, of course, I want to give the mayors an opportunity to decide how they want to proceed, right? And so that was a question that I posed because the administration was offering our offices to get trained to provide the COVID testing. And, of course, my initial thoughts were, what? Like, oh, okay. What
are the National Guard guys going? Are they done?
Oh yeah, they're going to what do you call it? Lessening their responsibilities, and I believe maybe by the end of the year, by the beginning of the year, they're going to be completely out. But nevertheless, there's American Rescue Plan money, right? We can use that to hire enough people to test if you want to test. Well, so, we've done our part. Everything we've done, even our own little campaign that failed, and I say it failed because the doctors had asked us to push this campaign to know your status, and it worked for a week, and after that, of course, I said, well, heck, if we're not going to get support for it, why do we need to exert more effort in it, especially if, again, whatever we're producing comes out of our pocket? So, it makes a difference because they most people rely on us for, we're the dirty work people. We're the end. If it can't, if we don't know who else to turn to, let them do it, right? That's kind of what it is. And so, yeah, the testing, there was no one in favor of testing.
Didn't they just hire 70 other people at Public Health?
That's the problem. What? you have them. So there,
Yeah, exactly. What did you hired a whole bunch of people to do this? Go ahead and let them do it. I don't know. I mean, maybe are we getting into the time where we're not going to have to worry so much about mass coronavirus testing and letting people that want to get tested just go see your doctor and get a test the same way you'd test for strep throat or AIDS.
Right, and you know what? That was my when we were doing these village clinics. That was my question. Was okay. So we're putting. You ask, why are we paying your staff COVID differential, right? And I'll be the first to say, yeah, I do want to pay my staff COVID differential because we do COVID-related work just like everyone else that does COVID-related work, right? But why is it then that you're questioning the amount of money we're spending, which is not too much, on COVID differential, and you still want to assign these offices COVID-related work when there's obviously other money out there that could be used to, right? So, yeah, it's like the village clinics. The only reason why I support the village clinics is because if it gets it closer to the village, to the resident, to the manamko, to the disabled, and that's their choice, no problem. I want it for them. But I mean, for us to run it, that's a different thing.
Right. In considering because I identify with Jim Moylan, sure would be nice if we could see the rest of the plan. So let's stand up all of this stuff for nothing over at the mayor's, and then down the road we're going to spend $100 million and hire $50 million worth of personnel to do exactly the same function. In the meantime, you guys are out there doing it for free and not doing the other things. I tell you what, driving up and down Route 16. From the post office down to Happy Mart. When are we going to send the Zabao? So we need to get the guys out there with the machetes and the bush cutters because there's parts of Guam that need that kind of work, and the mayor's office is obviously already doing something else. 829. Hold on just a second, Jess. I got a Patrick on the line that wanted to talk to you about base fosters. Good morning, Patrick. You're on with Mayor Allig.
Good morning. Just want to share some information with you, Mayor. The service members, active duty service members, are allowed to do foster care. And you were talking about needing resources for these foster kids. Well, if a service member is a foster parent, the foster kids are actually treated like regular dependents. So they get TRICARE coverage. The family gets extra money for food. So if you want somebody who can foster, you want somebody who actually has the resources to help these kids, contact the chaplains on base, and they will put the word out. There's several sailors I know who are willing to do so. They just don't know how to get started.
Nice. And, thank you.
So that's a good resource for you if you want to find some homes for these kids.
Well, wait a second. I'd like to be fostered for a while if that gets me bays. Because Patrick, you're gonna go, that Gibson guy. There's something wrong with him. I heard the PS5s are on sale. at the exchange, and I'd like to be a foster. It doesn't have to be a permanent thing, just long enough for me to get the PS5, some games, and all the accessories at base prices.
I'm a father of a 19-year-old, and I can tell you they currently don't have any PS5s or Xbox, whatever, on island. We're waiting just like the rest of y'all.
God bless you. Thank you for your service here, Dad. Patrick, I appreciate your time, and thanks very much for calling in. Tell the rest. Let's go, Brandon.
Patrick, so we do have a lot of we do have active military foster parents, currently. So that's a good thing. Thank you for talking about that, because we do want to continue to reach out to our military partners, for sure.
All right, we'll set it up. I know everybody involved in all of this. Patrick, I appreciate your time, and again, thanks for being such a great dad. 19 years old. What do you want, kid? PS5. Well, you just, you know what? Why haven't you taken? When he said 19-year-old, why haven't you taken him down to the recruiters yet?
Because he's my son. If he wants to, I'll take him, but he has to be the one who wants.
You're a good man, Patrick. I hope I get a chance to meet you in real life one day. I think it'd be a hoot. You have a great day, all right?
Thank you very much, sir. You have a good afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you very much for your time. I guess the only other conversation I wanted to have with you, you already had with Sabrina Montanani talking about what was great. They had the press conference, and everybody showed up for their certificates for $40 million worth of the, what is that, the ESF money? But there's nobody's writing any checks. Nothing's happening with that.
Well, let me just go back. Before that call, I was going to tell you, so you saw that letter from Lester to the speaker, and, you know, we have been active in COVID work since the onset, and we haven't received anything. So, you know, that's indicative of their plan, right? What is disturbing for me is that, you know, even in fiscal 21, our budget was cut, and we continue to do the work, you know, beyond that, you know, just because, right? That's just what we're here for. Coming into 22, knowing that we were already short in 21, I was expecting, based on you know, constant conversation, that we would at least get some kind of reimbursement or some kind of relief. But you know, it's obvious that we haven't, and that their plan does not include us anytime soon, including the ESF.
You know, they better come through. You know, it's an election coming up in 292 days.
You know, Ray, that's going to happen. You know, it's going to come.
I'm just waiting for it. I'm just waiting for it. God, yeah, I'd love to hear your on the record or off the record comments on the paperwork that went out from the governor's office, where they were, you know, patting everybody except Mike St. Nicholas on the back for making sure Guam was included in the Build Back Better. I thought that was hilarious.
Well, you know, I mean that.
Did you see? There's a guy in Washington D.C. that none of us have ever met. I think he was on that video with the governor doing the electric slide with Madeline Bradalio. But this guy, what's his name? Raul? Is it Raul? Somebody? Is apparently was instrumental in ensuring the best for the territories. They might have mentioned our delegate in the letter. I just think it's sloppy and low class. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Okay.
I'll just say that. I'll say that.
That's fine. All right. Well, look, I know how busy you are because you're the mayor. I'm going to let you go, and we'll get together again soon and down some Bud Lights.
Sure.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, but we should see each other.
I'll make the arrangements for invitations to a secret get together. All right, buddy. You have a great. I love his laugh. I'm sorry. You know what, Real Joe, you're fired. You're not the laugh track anymore. Jess Allen is the laugh track.
Oh man,
Mayor, get the tape of that. And pull out some of that audio, some of his laugh. We'll just do that every time I hit a slow point in the program.
Think that's why I love him too.
I know it. So no, there's the. Where's the story? I read the email, and I think I even sent a copy of it to Mike St. Nicholas. Hold on a second. I'm gonna. Monty, you okay here? If I can riff on this for a second. Do you have a choice? No, not really. Let me see. So that there's a statement now on the passage of Biden infrastructure bill. Dateline, I got you going. Governor Lou Leonguero issues the following statement on the passing. Quote, after months of negotiations, our administration is encouraged by Congress's passage of the Biden infrastructure bill. We commend the Democratic leadership on this success, and we thank both parties for making this historic investment that lays the foundation for continued growth and development both nationally and locally. I would also like to thank Chairman Raul Grijalva of the House Natural Resources, who has yet again proven his commitment to Guam and the territories since the bill's inception. And also on my last trip to Washington, D.C., we have been in close communications on the bill's progress, particularly on the inclusion of infrastructure funding that is specifically for U.S. territories. By his leadership, funding for the territories is in the final bill, making its way to President Biden. Now, in this one, they don't even mention Congressman Mike St. Nicholas. It is as though Mike St. Nicholas didn't lift a finger at all to make sure that Guam and the other territories were included. No, it was House Natural Resources Chairman Raul Grijalva. Anybody know what this guy looks like?
Raul.
Might be some of that in there. Raul Grijalva of the House Natural Resources. Let's see if we can make a connection.
Find a picture of him.
Find a picture. Probably have a mask on. Probably won't be able to recognize him. A mask, like old guy glasses.
Spanish eyes.
Oh, I watched Desperado over the weekend.
Really?
Salma Hayek.
OMG.
Right. Smoke show. Total smoke show.
Antonio who?
But, right, exactly. Walking around with the shoes that don't match. What a great movie that. He never does get around to thanking her for saving his life. You know, but I will. But I will. Oh my God! Say 8:36 in the morning. I watched another show over the weekend. Well, no, I'm just while I'm at it. And it was called Begin Again, and I thought it was a new movie. What's his name? Garofalo and Keira Knightley from another one, right? From the, what do you call it? The Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Yeah, she's so
right.
hot.
So she plays a songwriter who turns into a singer-songwriter, and the Garofalo character is kind of an old, washed-up, producer, hasn't had any big hits in a long time, and they decide, and this is a great idea, local musicians. Where's my guys? Joe Guam and
Jack Larimer.
Jack Larimer, Vince Mesa, one of the Vinces.
Natalia Furcolo.
Yes, right. So we added it because we could put this together on the cheap, right? But wouldn't it be great to do what they did in that movie? And that is just go to places and record live on location. So like in our neighborhoods, at our beaches, live, the 2-track, simple production, just the really, really easy stuff. The Pro Tools, as the guy says. And we'll do all of our favorite Chamorro songs, even a couple of songs that aren't Chamorro but should be, like the way that Joe Guam does that whiskey song.
Oh,
Tennessee whiskey.
Tennessee whiskey.
#1 requested with that guy. Kind of want to hear it now. Kind of want to drink some. 8:38. Ray Gibson Show with Montesilva Tyrant continues in a moment.
Great news, Guam! Chili's 2 for Dining is back. Enjoy a full-on meal deal made for 2 for just $35. Start with 2 Coca-Cola beverages, an appetizer to share, and 2 mouth-watering entrees like the sizzling personal fajitas, the mouth-watering honey chipotle steak and shrimp, or Chili's world-famous fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs. Available for a limited time. Dine in today or call 648-7377 to place to-go orders. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of Tumon Sands Plaza. Chili's. Savor the moment.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Okay, wait. Former Governor Gutierrez is helping us out here with the program. It's vital that we get to this before we get to talking about the news and things like that. I had asked about this guy, Raul, and I said, well, who does he look like? And the governor says he looks like Heck Ramsey from the television show. Was that Have Gun Will Travel? Is that the name of the TV show? Hold on a second. Let's see if I can get this. Some of the pictures of the guy on the screen so that you can see who exactly it is that I'm talking about. So this Raul Grijalva guy, who is the savior of the island, he's saving us from Guam because Mike St. Nicholas can't be bothered to lift a finger to make sure that we're included in this. Heck Ramsey, Have Fun Will Travel looks like Grijalva. Okay. He keeps saying, have fun, we'll travel. Have gun, we'll travel. But he says, but apparently this is the guy that has been doing all the work, or at least the governor gives all of the credit to. It's either him or Mazie Hirono, who, come to think of it, also looks like Heck Ramsey. 20 away from 9. Montesilva Tyrant, are you ready with that last look at big news and headlines here for you? Well, let's get to it then. Hafamana, what happened?
Well, police aren't giving many details in their investigation, but they do confirm that there is an individual that was taken into custody following a fatal stabbing that took place in Tamuning yesterday at an apartment building. Candid News does report that the man taken into custody is a Russian man. They also reported that the victim was an internist or a radiologist at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Meanwhile, the governor could lift some of the COVID restrictions in time for the holidays. Medical advisor Dr. Nate Berg tells the Guam Daily Post that they're going to make a recommendation to the governor that could lead to increasing the number of people allowed inside and outside at holiday gatherings. It would be contingent, though, on the improved COVID numbers. And there is a virtual public hearing or roundtable meeting this evening with the Department of Public Works. They're going to focus on bike safety and lane infrastructure and bike rules and regulations for traveling on the roadways. That's going to be a virtual hearing, again, 5 o'clock via Zoom. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. I'm just reading up on some of the commentary. Apparently Raul Grijalva. We're already familiar with him.
Really?
Yeah. Straight to jail.
Oh, that's him.
That's what Mooney Dog Chamorro says.
Way
Is
to
that
go,
that's
man.
the guy? It's Raul's the guy that says straight to jail, undercook, overcook. I gotta find that meme. Play that on the radio again. 8:41 in the morning. All right, Montecito Tyron, thanks so much for hanging out this morning and on a Monday.
Thanks.
And we'll come up with some other big news.
Hospitality
Maybe
is
isn't it just wonderful? So. Let's quick break, come back and fulfill the promise of the rest of the Ray Gibson show here.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Tumont. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5.
Okay, I found a video with the straight to jail guy, but I don't know if I can play it because it's on YouTube, and it's apparently from a television show called Parks and Rec.
Oh, wow.
Which I've seen 1 or 2 episodes of, but I don't know if I could get in trouble. This could be one of those things where, it triggers YouTube and Facebook to say, that's it, out of our community standards again. Not supposed to do this with copywritten video things. So it's on, just look for funny jail scene on YouTube, and you can laugh along with me and Booney Dog tomorrow. 8:43 in the morning, portions of the program brought to you by
Docomo Pacific.
They've got this great bundle plan, business bundle plan. So what do you need? You need phones, walking around phones for your employees. You need a phone at their desk. You need multiple kinds of internet. There's a lot of employees that you're dealing with now maybe aren't your office employees anymore. They're still working from home like they started to do last year, March. You won't recognize them when they come in. They're all going to have this Grizzly Adams beard. You should see what the guys are going to be wearing. Anyway, so you need all of these different things. The more services that you add with the business bundle plan, the more you save. They've got it all worked out. You just give them a call. Ask for Jeff over at Docomo.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
All right, the guy in Windsor, Ontario, I know who he is, says, I'm in the Witness Protection Program. Just love the show, listens all the time, right here on the plan. I'm glad. What are things like in Windsor, Ontario? Did he give you like a
No.
sit rep, things like that?
No, he was kind of whispering on the phone, said he had to go.
I can't keep
He was in a hurry.
30 seconds on the phone.
Someone
and
was
then
looking at him.
Interpol kind of logs in and takes him. Is any of that crap real? Yeah. And the thing is, the funny thing is, I know guys in telecom. Remind me the next time I get Bob Kelly on the line. If I was ever, if I ever kidnapped somebody and the FBI is listening, how long would it take them to find my location? Using current technology. Not the stuff that they use in the movie.
Yeah.
It's all fabricated. It's like silencers that make it sound like the gun doesn't make any noise whatsoever. Hello. There's a little explosion there. Anyway, but 888-825-5888-TALK. Mean Machine is online here this morning as well. Montecito Tyron pointing out that the village of Sinanya is going to have a home holiday decorating contest. But apparently, it's a Christmas theme.
Okay.
Yeah. Cause I got a buddy. His place looks like a set from it's a set from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I got a buddy of mine that does that. I got another guy that's working on something that looks like one of those dungeons. Yes, that kind of a dungeon. I don't know if that's going to work though. Still to come. Anyway, so there's a new Mean Machine number by the way. The Mean Machine number is 671-797. What's the rest of it? 797-8255. Sorry, a little bit distracted here. Just realized I've got Chanel back on the line. 8:46 in the morning. Hey, Chanel, how you doing? How was your weekend?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, it's good.
Are you working? Are you busy this morning? Are you like, what are you up to?
I'm working on your show.
We'll get together and have planning meetings. It'll be fun. Anyway, 8:47 in the morning, and the big deal now is we have a date for the first of the vaccine rollouts for the kids.
Yeah, so we're eyeing November 20th. That's the date that we're looking at. That's correct.
Okay. And is this going to be in a single location? There are going to be multiple locations?
So that's what we're still discussing in partnership with the Guam Department of Education, charter schools, private schools, Catholic schools. We have another meeting this week. We met with them last week. This was all part of our initial meeting. Well, not initial meeting, but, our meeting with them. And then we have another meeting with them this week to discuss all of that. Again, all the logistics, the planning, DOE's, they're going to be doing a survey with parents just to kind of get a gauge of, what the interest is, what we need to plan for. But, the location that we're looking at is Teason High School, as well as, what was the other?
I'm making a frowny face. While you're saying Teason High School, I'm making a frowny face. Because there's really only one good way into Teason. You know that.
Well, we've actually, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's the actual high school or the gym, but for like all of Teason, there's only one way to get in there. Is you got to go by the Chinese restaurant at that intersection that gets everybody in there, and that's just it's gonna make for congestion on Route 8. And I was gonna say, you've seen what happens, on big testing days. So I don't know, it could be a big crowd going in there and just getting things messed up, not just in Teason, but on Route 8 in particular. Right. I understand what you're saying. Well, we've used it before as a vaccine outreach before in the past. This is early on, and it worked. It was a good location to use, and I think this was around the time that we used it for teachers, actually. So those are the locations that we're eyeing. But of course, we're still in the planning phase. So all of that will still be finalized, and once we have all of it finalized and official, then we'll make the announcement to the public.
The last time we were talking, you're kind of trying to figure out how to get the pig in the python, if you will, the most bang for your buck with the vaccines, the fun size vaccines that you've got for the kids. So if you've got your location picked out, are you going to be doing this by age, alphabetical order? How are you going to sort out equally the right number of kids to get in?
Yeah, so what we want to do is we'll start with the older age group, so around the 10 to 11-year-olds, and then we'll work our way downward. We do have a limited number of vaccines that we're expecting for our first shipment. It's around 7,500, but the population that we're looking at for that age group is around, for 5 to 11, all of 5 to 11-year-olds, is around roughly 18,000. So we do want to do it in phases. And then, we're not only planning to do school-based immunization, we're also working with private physicians as well, so enrolled providers at private clinics. So that's another thing, too, is we're going to be distributing it out to that way as well. So school-based immunizations is where we'll start, and then we want to start with the older age group, so 10 to 11-year-olds, and then work our way downward. So the first one that we're eyeing is November 20th. But we want to also do another Saturday school-based immunization, and then also work with our enrolled providers.
Okay, now I don't want to sound crass when I say this, but should parents of children with underlying conditions, is there any way that we can get those kids a little bit closer to the front of the line?
I think that's probably something. So the thing about working our way in the age group category, and part of the reason why that was contemplated is because the data shows, evidence shows at least, and I'm not a medical doctor, but based on the discussions that they've had, is that the older age group category, that's where we're seeing the higher number of positivity rates for COVID-19. And so we don't, and so that's why they're saying, we'll work our way up we'll work our way down from the higher age groups, and then we'll work our way downward.
Okay,
So,
but nothing for so you think you're, as I said, the pig and the python. If that's where the majority of our cases are coming from in that age group, and about, do you know off the top of your head about how many kids that is? I don't keep track of the pediatric numbers out there. It doesn't seem like there's all that many to keep track of at this time.
Right. So you mean in that older category, or just?
Well,
overall?
I mean, just in overall 5 to 11.
Overall,
How many kids are testing positive for that?
So roughly overall, 5 to 11-year-olds is about 18,000.
No, that's the total population. But about how
Right,
many? How many of those 18,000 5 to 11-year-olds are there that are actually coming down with COVID-19 and showing up positive?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that number. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, because there's going to be people saying, okay, this sounds like a whole lot of work for people that aren't going to be all that sick. 8:52 in the morning. So I'm glad though that you guys are working on it. Hopefully we get to a point where we've got more than enough vaccine and we can give some to Carl Gutierrez and Jerry Paris and say, okay, we're going to have a program where while you can fly to Guam and have the whole family vaccinated. Mom and dad get the Moderna, Pfizer, or the Janssen. The kids can get the fun size version of the Pfizer.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I want to add to, Ray, is that when we open up these outreach clinics, just because we say, well, we're going to start with 10 to 11-year-olds, it doesn't mean we're going to turn away other age groups, and that's part of the reason why too we're partnering with our private clinics as well, is because when they have the vaccines, they'll be able to really vaccinate their population, their patients, and they can pretty much, if they want to, if they have patients who are whatever age group, they can choose that age group.
Will they be free?
So,
if I went to a private clinic, would they be free?
They should be. Yeah, absolutely. They should be. Just like the adult vaccine. When they come in and they get vaccinated, there shouldn't be a charge for it.
Okay, just checking, because as you know, I'm very, very interested in getting my vaccine shot.
That's great. Great.
I was contemplating.
Maybe we should go get you the pediatric vaccine.
No, it's okay, because not unless it. So there were only 2 circumstances where I would contemplate getting vaccinated. Are you ready for them?
I'm absolutely ready for them.
All right. One is if I required or was invited to go on a trip to the Philippines. Or really anywhere, but the Philippines is close, and it's a familiar and fun destination, or at least it used to be a familiar and fun destination. I don't know how Duterte and COVID might have ruined all the great things about Manila and other parts of the Philippines, but that would be one scenario, and the other scenario is if we could come up with and I don't know, maybe they can talk about this among the Physicians Advisory Group, and say, you know what, we've kept people from being able to run and participate in 5Ks and 10Ks and marathons and half marathons long enough. So we're going to have restriction-free 5Ks, 10Ks, half marathons, and full marathons for vaccinated folks. Don't need to wear a mask and don't need to go out in waves. The dumbest, stupidest thing I ever heard. But anyway, that's the way they're doing it in some places. And that's it, because honestly, Chanel, I need to make a confession. I am just a little pokey lab, but I'm the fat talk radio guy now. Doesn't look like it, but from the neck down. And I put on. I'm actually under 190 pounds. Seriously, for the first time in like 2 months. Yeah.
Well, I saw you running the other day, or jogging the other day.
No, that was full blown running. If you saw me doing anything, that was except for a warm up and a cool down. All of the rest of the running was high intensity interval training, and I will probably be doing that again tomorrow. Are you stalking me? What were you doing again? No. That was work.
I'm working again. Yeah.
That was working time there, girl. I don't know.
Yeah, I was working.
That's what you call it. Yeah, okay. Listen, I better let you go before the front office cuts us off again. I'll talk to you soon.
Sure.
All right, groovy. That's Chanel. I will. I promise to take care from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. For her, I do it right. For everybody else, is just Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service. Well, I've got a couple of minutes between now and the top of the hour. I will once again take a look at the front page of today's Guam Daily Post and riff again on what I consider to be the most curious of stories. Phil Leon Guerrero getting some time with the governor and getting some time with Dr. Nathaniel Berg, and they're talking about an actionable plan. Been with the government long there, Nate? An actionable plan for the governor to weigh, and that could lead to increasing the numbers allowed at holiday parties, restaurants, and private homes. Woohoo! Are you gonna? This is the if I was the negotiating type here, I would that would be the throwaway. You want to get more people vaccinated. I mean, let's do something of real value here, because the fact that there are restaurants and bars that have got signs and sign-ups and people at the front that say, "Show me your vaccination status, please," before you're allowed to go in. We know where those places are, and we don't go there for anything more than a takeout. And they're likewise places that don't really have anybody sitting around the front, and maybe they've got a sign-up thing, and they don't really care about your vaccination status. Those are the places that we're going to. So you cannot dangle that in front of us if we want more compliance from the island. That's what we're going to do. Maybe if the numbers start going in the other directions, but even if there's numbers going in one direction, there's other numbers that they're going to start looking at. He says in the article, main areas of focus before they can come up with these ideas and this actionable plan are beds at Guam Memorial Hospital. Stop there. Better adoption of available COVID-19 treatments, the rollout of pediatric vaccines, and more residents receiving vaccine booster doses. Okay. I know of a couple of dozen people that have gotten their vaccine booster doses. Does that mean that there's going to be another Strive for 5? Does that mean that there's going to be another let's get vaccinated before Christmas, let's get vaccinated before New Year's, so that we can enjoy some kind of, no, not vaccinated, boosters. Boosters. Is that going to be the next campaign coming out of the Department of Public Health and Harassment? Is that going to be the next big deal that this town is going to have to bend over backwards for a taste of normalcy? Guess what? We figured out the new normal here. And like I said, there's been people walking around, running around, moving around, all of these restrictions since the day they came out, and nothing is going to change. There's a whole bunch of other people that have gotten their vaccination, and for whatever degree they're happy with their lives. Okay, great. Everybody else is. I'm just trying to end the year the non-GMO the same way I came into it, if you know what I mean. At any rate, more on that conversation. Because again, it is highlighting a conversation that needs to have a little bit more by way of facts and something that I can do something with, something that I can chew on. What are the metrics that they're going to be looking at? How will we know that we've achieved the victory that we are seeking? And as usual, the answer is nothing, honey. What is it, 9 already? On the Ray Gibson Show. Stand by now for Fox News Live. This is The Point.
How much will the payments be? I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. That's a question the White House continues to hear as it considers reparation payments to migrant families separated under the Trump administration.
Biden administration officials say that there will likely be payments, but how much those payments are is really up to the Justice Department to determine. More migrants continue to cross over here into Texas each day. Fox News went along with officers from the Department of Public Safety in Texas. They detained a number of men who were on private property on a ranch. Only one of those men decided to run. It turns out he was a relatively well-known gang member with a lengthy criminal history.
Fox's Steve Harrigan in Del Rio, Texas. Houston authorities are asking for patience as they investigate the crowd surge at the Astroworld Music Festival that killed 8 people.
Officials say at this point they're not taking anything off the table, including the possibility that drugs may have been involved. Investigators are aware of at least several instances during the show where medical personnel treated fans with a medication for opioid overdose, including one incident involving a security officer.
Fox's Garrett Tenney. Gas prices have gone up again over the past couple of weeks. Industry analyst Troby Lundberg is the publisher of the Lundberg Survey.
Gasoline prices moved up another nickel in the past 2 weeks. The new average is $3.49 per regular grade, and this price is now $1.30 per gallon above what it was 1 year ago.
The highest average price is in the San Francisco Bay Area and the lowest in Houston. A vaccine mandate starts in Los Angeles Monday, requiring customers at a wide range of businesses to show proof of vaccination. Business trade groups say the mandate will create confusion and could present safety concerns for employees asking for vaccination status. America is listening. Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
With the holiday season fast approaching, some doctors are recommending the COVID-19 booster shot.
The Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays coincide with the 6-month mark for many who got the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines this spring. If you're one of those people and plan on celebrating with friends and family, Dr. George Morris says it's not the time to think about getting a booster shot, it's time to schedule one. He's the physician incident commander for COVID-19 response at St. Cloud-based CentraCare.
So when you get vaccinated, your immune response gets up to what you could call it highway speed, 60 miles an hour. Over time, that speed just kind of gradually comes down.
Across the state, COVID-19 cases and deaths continue to be at levels we haven't seen since Christmas of 2020.
Fox 9 Minneapolis reporter Mary McGuire. Social media turned out to be a lifesaver in one instance for a North Carolina girl. Fox's Sue Guzman explains.
A missing girl is safe today after she used a viral hand signal popularized on TikTok to warn a motorist she was in distress. Police say the unidentified 16-year-old girl from Asheville had been abducted by an older man when she used the hand signal at a traffic stop on Interstate 75 in southern Kentucky Thursday afternoon. The motion, which is a closed fist with the thumb tucked in, was recognized by the motorist behind them as "I need help," who then called 911 and alerted police. They then arrested 61-year-old James Herbert Brick of Cherokee, North Carolina, charged him with first-degree unlawful imprisonment and possession of matter showing sex performances by a minor. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
German police say a 57-year-old man stabbed a 10-year-old boy with a kitchen knife in a department store in Munich last night. The boy suffered injuries to his neck and shoulder that are severe but not life-threatening. I'm Joe Chio, Fox News.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Great news, Guam! Chili's 2 for Dining is back. Enjoy a full-on meal deal made for 2 for just $35. Start with 2 Coca-Cola beverages, an appetizer to share, and 2 mouth-watering entrees like the sizzling personal fajitas, the mouth-watering honey chipotle steak and shrimp, or Chili's world-famous fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs. Available for a limited time. Dine in today or call 648-7377 to place to-go orders. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of Tuan Sands Plaza. Chili's. Savor the moment.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today with Business Bundles Plus. Call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Go ahead.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, just having a groovy time on a Monday morning here. Hope you had a groovy weekend. It's going to be a weird week because we're taking Veterans Day off the 11th. I actually got a call from somebody who says, yeah, I would like to do an interview with you on the 11th. And I'm like, yeah, we're not working that day. And they said, well, do you have a sub? Do you have a fill-in or somebody we can talk to? I'm like, and my first reaction was, wait. You would do an interview like with a substitute Ray Gibson? Wouldn't you want the real thing? Wouldn't you like to just be able to just sit in here and get into the flow that is the way my brain works, that is that stream of consciousness that is the Ray Gibson Show? What do you want somebody? Yeah, so tell me a little bit about your business. Well, really? How about that? What's your phone number? Where are you located? How about that? How many employees do you have? How many of them are vaccinated? Right? Is that the interview that you want there, or do you want really somebody that's going to do the research, reach in there, and learn on behalf of our listeners everything that there is to know about your company? All right, 9:07 or 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. It is, as I said, a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. One of the things that goes into effect, and I believe was in effect most of overnight, is the new travel restrictions. That quote lifted across the nation. Bunch of countries now will be allowed to have travel to the United States of America, and arguably that would include Guam, with their fully vaccinated passengers. That was supposed to happen November the 8th. Well, it's November the 8th on Guam. Most of the rest of the mainland will perhaps be seeing the lines at the airports getting a little bit bigger as more and more people from around the world will finally be able to travel to the United States of America. And like I said, if you, I want to say it's they're looking at countries that are better than 10% vaccinated, and people that are fully vaccinated before they get on the airplane. I think there's also a requirement that they test as well, but I can't remember. Everything changes so darn rapidly. I might if I get motivated, or if I've got a lot of time to kill, talk to somebody over at GVB about that, because I don't know. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make. We do know already that there's a lot of people in Korea that are vaccinated, that are itching to travel. Jeju Air is scheduling 38 flights between the 25th of November and the end of January next year, and that's just one of the Korean airlines that are coming out here. KL, Asiana, etc. These guys are all working on getting their flights and filling them up to bring passengers out to Guam so that they can shop and drive. Scary. Do we even have enough rent-a-cars for them?
I saw someone the other day. You were right, man. They just stop anywhere.
Yep.
And they open up a newspaper and start looking.
Yeah, wait. I got to look at the map on the phone, make sure which way is Kmart ahead of me or behind me. I don't know. It's Guam. I'm kind of confused. Man. Yeah, there's that. You start to see a little bit more of them in the places. So I think that's going to be exciting. And maybe send out while we are at it. You know what's going to? This sucks. If you ask me, is that Sandron one?
No, it's not. It's Jim.
It's Jim. Okay. You know what sucks? This sucks, is we've had almost 2 years to deal with this problem since tourists stopped coming to Guam. And you know that access way between Don Donkey or the gas station, the 76 station, and the Guam International Airport, that's not paved. That's not lit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, is that what we're going to start seeing? Because I think Chris Biachino's already sent him a picture of that. Early in the morning snapshot of somebody walking
to the airport.
Back to the airport with their luggage. Because and I don't know, did they spend their last penny over at at Ross? What happened? Why that big deal? And so we've had a year and a half, better than that, to take care of that, to light that path, and to put, I don't know, a sidewalk down there, because we know the Koreans will do it. What do you think? That post-COVID, the Koreans are going to be different? No, they're still going to go to Kmart. They're still going to get the kimchi bowls, and they're still going to be going to the hotel saying, where can I get hot water for my kimchi bowl? And the restaurant, the hotel will say, but we have a fine dining restaurant over here. We've got a place, a 24-hour buffet. We've got, what do you we boiling water. And they're like, because we want boiling water for our kimchi. Your food too expensive. Not enough MSG. It's 9:11 in the morning. Let me get Jim on the line. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Awesome, bro.
Sup?
Well, let me preface this a little bit to set it up.
Go ahead.
But so you wear your mask, you wash your fingers before you stick them in your rice bowl, you get your vax, and you can still get it, you can still carry it, you can still spread it, you can still make other people sick. We're lifting travel restrictions, and we're going to start letting people from other countries start coming in. The governor's had 2 years, and, you know, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of federal free dollars available to try to get our, you know, response set up. And along with the you can get it, you can still carry it. Even if you're vaccinated, you can still infect other people with it. They still keep testing. What does this sound like? Another malady that we've been living with for, you know, like, I guess ever since 2 feet decided to stand up and walk. Sounds like the flu to me. It sounds like a more serious case of the flu, but it sounds like the flu to me because they can't cure the flu either. You get a flu shot. The people that do get a flu shot, I've never had one in my life because I don't get the flu, but they vaccinate for the previous 24 months because it's always mutating.
I guess that's my understanding. Yeah.
All right. So this sounds like a more serious case of the flu that seems to target mostly people that have already underlying pre-existing serious medical conditions.
There's a certain age group that, along with those comorbidities, are highly targeted by this COVID-19. Sure.
So wouldn't it go to reason that this is with us like for eternity, kind of like flu? It's not going to go away. It's going to keep mutating. It's going to change.
Correct.
But if they can lower travel restrictions and they can let people from other countries come in that may or may not have, let's just say, copacetic vaccination information, we can't go and get a hamburger over at the Stack, seriously? And the governor's had 2 years and like probably more money than God has ever allowed available to this island.
Well, let me clarify something, because you mentioned Stacks. I eat at Stacks regularly. I don't eat inside Stacks. In fact, nobody eats inside Stacks. They refuse to discriminate against their customers and said if one person can't eat inside, then nobody can't eat inside. So they've got that. So you walk in there, you order your burger, and you know, I just take mine to the beach with some beer, and that's it's virtually the same experience.
Well, I understand, but you know those days when you've been out redoing your yard and you worked your butt off and you're burning up and you really just like to go and sit down and eat someplace. You can't even do that anymore. But anyway, I mean, look, I had some homicidal tendencies at first, but it's kind of starting to fade away because I'm to the point where I just don't care anymore. Okay, this is dumb. This is dumb, dumb, dumb. I'm not a doctor, but I'm an engineer, and they can keep testing for this for the rest of eternity, and there's always going to be somebody that's going to test positive, no matter what. Somewhere, someplace, somebody is going to test positive, just like somebody that gets the flu that turns into pneumonia, and they have to go to the hospital. Okay, and speaking of which, you and I are pretty close to the same age. I might be a little bit older than you. I don't know. But we're in pretty decent shape. I mean, we're not grossly obese. We can still buy our clothes off the rack. We don't have to go to Omar the tent maker and have anything custom made. Okay? And we don't have, the blood sugar problems, and we don't have the underlying comorbidities. We're relatively fit, middle-aged individuals. There's always going to be somebody that's going to test positive, but just because, and I hope everybody out there in the listening, island land is listening to this. Let this sink in for a minute. just because you're okay now doesn't mean that 10 years from now, normally and naturally, you start getting the high blood. Okay? You start having some health issues. You start having some just natural, normal, getting older, age-related issues that, maybe not that bad under normal circumstances, but 10 years from now, you might get the COVID and the boogeyman might get you. Okay? We're going to have to live with this. Everybody needs to start getting over with it and get on with it. It's not going away. You used to look up the definition of you can run, but you can't hide. And Webster's used to say it was the FBI. Okay, well, now it says COVID-19.
No, it's COVID.
Run, but you can't hide.
It's going to be. Well, Eric from the Department of Education said as much last week in this morning's newspaper. Advisors to propose easing restrictions as the holidays near, like we're in prison and we're going to be able to get some extra meat because we've been good. We have been compliant. I don't know who they're talking about. And as far as these restrictions are concerned, I've been walking around them for most of the last year and a half. There is not one government mandate that has gotten me to a point where I would seriously consider going into and getting the vax. I want it even less because there's so much of this, well, you got to get it nonsense. And then an entire article in today's Guam Daily Post that talks about what we're not going to be doing, and that is using one particular metric to guide the decision. Nate Berg was talking this time. There won't be one simple trigger. When her advisors come together as a consensus, we're able to provide a recommendation to the governor. She is trained as a nurse, so she's able to interpret this data very well, and she can make a decision as to how quickly she can start loosening things up with the appropriate amount of butt kissing in there, because she's a nurse. She is the governor. I'm trying to figure out how when a nurse started being able to overrule a bunch of doctors in the room. What an amazing power trip that must be.
I started to say that's a matter of opinion, depending on which side of the opinion you're looking at. I've never made an appointment in my life to go in and see a nurse.
But I think she knows that she can have some targets, but they're all going to come together as one overall decision. It can't, unfortunately, be based on a single thing like a car score, because the pandemic has become a little too complicated on Guam to be able to do that anymore. And it doesn't say anything. I think the idea was it's meant to give us hope that there's going to be a great sunrise one morning where there won't be a public health emergency. But unless we get a little bit closer to what those metrics are going to be to decide that conversation, then all is happening here. And I'll say it again because I think it's a clever turn of phrase. It's Nate Berg, who is the center now, and he's going to hut the ball. He's going to hike it to Lulian Guerrero, who's going to set it up like Lucy and Charlie Brown. And here comes the people of Guam, going to come and try to kick the football for a field goal. And just at the last second, it's going to get pulled out from under us because the hospital won't be up to speed. We won't have the right kind of medication or enough of the right kind of medication. The kids won't have gotten their vaccination, and not enough old farts will have gotten enough boosters. So, I mean, they could spin this thing into eternity. And the idea that they're going to return their privileges and to ease restrictions on a population, they're going to give us back restrictions that people have already been ignoring for the last 6 months. Jim, I got to run. I got bigger names on line 2 and 3. I'll talk to you.
Put on your "I will not comply" shirt and march on.
Well, I think the face pretty much says it all these days. 20 after 9, you have a terrific day. What's the thing is I don't want to get caught indoors somewhere because people don't need to look for my vaccination status. I wear it proudly. Unvaccinated Gibson is the name. Happily unvaccinated. Don't you miss going inside restaurants? Yeah, I miss going inside restaurants. Sometimes but it's given me an opportunity to enjoy what I like to call picnic time. I had picnic time with my daughter over the weekend. She's like, "Dad, what are we doing?" I said, "We're going to Stack's." Did you know Stack's opens up early on Saturdays?
No, I didn't.
Now I
do.
know that either. No, it's not 5, and I called. I just take the chance, and they're like, "Yeah, we're open. What do you want?" Take an order right now. I said, no. I don't want to. I want it. I want to watch you guys cook it from outside, and that's what ended up happening. Now, normally we would sit inside and watch the passing parade and listen to. This is the one thing about Stack's. Listen to that way too loud rap music. Ray, way too loud. There needs to be a thing like when I walk in the door, somebody who should automatically reach for it. And put on, excuse me, do you have any Boss Skaggs, Journey, or Earth, Wind, and Fire? Do we have anything in there that might appeal to us? I won't be here forever. I won't live forever either. So how about when I'm in there, we can do something like that. But anyway, so it's turned us on to the idea, since we can't eat inside, we look for different places to go and have our Stacks picnic or our Moses picnic or, our Poke Fry picnic or whatever. Just go, something, because I can't eat inside. And she doesn't want to make me lie about it. And she knows better than to ask me to get vaccinated again, Dad. So we go and we find nice places. And we found a nice spot over at Jimmy D's. Yeah. They got the volleyball over there.
That's the spot.
Yeah,
man.
Strippers over there.
Oh, yeah.
I got it. But, we all look the same in a bathing suit, right? So, at any rate, 9:22 in the morning. Sandra, coming your way here in just a second. I do want to get a debrief from my buddy TJ, the cannabis guy, who hooked me up with 4 seeds. I didn't do anything with those 4 seeds yet. I have not read completely the instructions, TJ, so I'm gonna give it some time before I do. Now, the question, and you didn't even mention this until the guy's walking out the door, and then he hands me a flyer for Crop King Hydro with all of the different packages that they have, like an outdoor package, which comes with 1 bag of Ocean Forest, which is, I suppose, the stuff you put the seeds in, right? Not because Ocean Forest sounds like something you could actually smoke.
No, that's going to be the soil. So that one has got it's got nutrients in there. It's kind of not really made for dummies, to say the least, but it's got nutrients built in. So you don't, if you're a new grower, you don't have to worry about mixing cups of this and cups of that for nutrients. It's pre-amended.
Okay, so and then a Sensi 4 Part 1 liter. What is that?
That's going to be the nutrient kit. So that's after about a month and a half that the soil's kind of like the plant sapped all the nutrients out of the soil.
Yeah.
Then you would have that little liquid nutrients. It's real small, like 4 mLs per liter or something like that. And you use that to feed your plant further on as it moves up its maturity.
Okay, so so that's like, as you said, marijuana for dummies. It's the entry level, and they've got them going all the way up to indoor premium B, which will it's $867.08, and I'm going to ask for the discount on the 8 cents. But so when I win the raffle over at Post Canteen, that's one of the things I'm going to use my money for. I'm going to get the whole thing. Comes with a 4x4 tent, 4 3-gallon pots, a bag of Happy Frog 2 cubit foot food for soil for it, AR 6000 LED GP3 nutrient kits. This is exactly the system that you are going to want to work your way into after you've managed to grow some marijuana and sell it to your neighbors.
Or smoke it, you're like, oh my God, this isn't as good as I thought it would be. I need to move up on the kit.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got there's upgrade opportunities. So next time you're in the radio station doing a nice thing for folks, especially veterans, that would like an opportunity to get their hands on some seeds and do a little planting just to see how it feels, then let me know about some of the other things that you have on sale inside the store. So I hope you ran out of seeds over the weekend.
No, unfortunately we didn't. I don't know. It's still like, we have a lot of growers that follow us on our page, and a lot of them use their handles, and then, of course, don't show their faces. So they're still kind of like that eerie, possibly it's because of, where they work. So I think people might have been scared to be like, oh, my God, if news media is there, they can take pictures of us. But we did have a lot of brave individuals that showed up, touched my heart. A lot of people that came. We had a couple of guys that were on wheelchairs, and they didn't just want to grab the seeds; they wanted to talk. And they're talking about how this one individual was saying that he wants to get off these prednisones and these other types of pills that he's on, and he just looked like he wanted to spend the last days of his life, just relaxed and calm and feel good. Versus what he's been taking. And we had other younger individuals, of course we age checked everybody. A lot of them came in, they were just really curious. They really liked the flyer that we made, kind of made it a little bit simpler for them.
Well, I can see that, you know, and number one, you're an easy guy to have a conversation with, but I can see guys that are suffering from one thing or another, and yeah, the burden of I want to say, you know, polite socialized medicine and opioids and things like that are sometimes scary. I'm not a pill guy. Anybody that knows me will tell you this. I'm hesitant even on Tylenols. I have to be in significant pain before I start popping pills like that. You know, the only thing that I take on a regular basis is multivitamins, an occasional iron pill, and some fish oil, and that's what's worked out for me. I went and had a medical procedure done, and the guy was more than happy to, you know, give me a whole bottle of these oxys. It was OxyContin, and I'm going, wow. He said, yeah, just take them whenever you feel like any kind of pain. And I remember biting one in half and taking just that much, and I was useless for the rest of the day. And I said, that's not life for me. I'm glad it was. I did not need the painkillers for all that long. So when there's another option out there, I'll definitely want to take it. And so far, I don't have anything other than just every once in a while wanting to take the edge off a weekend to have a puff or two of whatever it is that I can grow in that 5-gallon bucket. So when are you gonna do this again?
Well, you know, for now, you know, I was thinking about just, you know, anybody that approaches me that asks me for seeds. I mean, I've got them. I'm more than happy to give it to anybody who's willing to, you know, that wants to grow it. You know, I'm not so privy, and there's a reason why I didn't really advertise it on the radio as far as with my business, because I don't want it to be about that. I want it to be about, you know, truly what it is I'm just trying to give people the means to grow. And that just seems to be the hard thing right now. You know, not everybody knows somebody that grows, and, you know, they're a little sketchy of certain characters that they would be getting it from, and, they're going to know where I live kind of deal. So, yeah, so for me, you know, that's why I'm kind of coming out and coming forward. You know, if that helps to kind of ease people's mind, like, hey, you know, he's not telling us to go buy the store. You know, he just wants us to, you know, if we need it, we can get it from him.
Okay, well, and so normally I would charge you for the advertising if that was the case. But in this case, I don't have a hard time doing this, mentioning you, giving you an occasional mention, because I think that your heart's in the right place, and I think there are a lot of people that you know, kind of tired of waiting out the rules and regulations from the Cannabis Control Board and all this other stuff. Look, just get me into a position where I might be able to grow something, starting with the seeds. And you know, you're going to change people's lives for the better, I think. So I'll help you with that anytime.
Yeah, and people growing it themselves, man, they might discover they're really good at it. And in all honesty, I mean, shoot, with the advent of the commercial one, it does happen. Yeah. You know, these are skills that people can take with them into that industry. Whether you're a bud tender, you know, defoliator, or somebody that takes care of the plants or whatnot. You know, I hear a lot of stories from other growers and local growers, and then, of course, commercial growers that have been coming by, you know, checking out what we have, trying to get some commercial supplies. And, you know, the number one consensus is like, oh, yeah, they said they're going to be bringing out somebody from Colorado or somebody from this place or somebody from that place.
We don't need that. We got guys here that know how to do it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I think the more people we can kind of get on board and get out there and trained up and people that are learning and maybe find out new things. I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, I just complimented a couple guys that were on our IG that, you know, went through our stories, and, you know, they did some really impressive DIY work. You know, yeah, we sell equipment, but, you know, instead of like a flood drain table, these guys got some plastic tin. And they use that as their flood drain table. You know, they modified it, and, you know, they spent like half the amount or less than half the amount of what they would have if they had bought it somewhere else. So it's that kind of ingenuity that I really like. You know, I've got a little bit of an engineering background. So, you know, that always gets me, you know, and I really want to try and highlight some of the local growers, and that's a series that we want to do, because right now I'm doing a grow series just to kind of show people all our nutrient kits. I don't want to sell it. Someone say, hey, you look at it. If it grows good and you like it, then come down and get the product. So, but we want to do highlights too for local growers to try and get that message. I was like, hey, man, if you're a local grower, don't be shy. Or, you know, if you want to protect your identity, we won't show your face or anything, you know, because of work or whatnot. But we just want to show other people how locals are doing it here, and what they're doing to DIY it or to get by to save some money or whatever, you know.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can appreciate some people, you know, being concerned about their identity if they, depending on where they work. I mean, if you work in the military and you got to pee clean all the time, maybe this is not the hobby for you right now. Maybe I'd wait until the DD-214 is out. But when it is, and otherwise, if you work anywhere else, guess what? Recreational marijuana is legal in this town, so it's okay to grow it if you want to. 931 TJ. I'll give the phone number if anybody's interested. Crop King Hydro is at 635-4769. That's 635-GROW. Best of luck to you, buddy, and we'll help you get rid of those seeds.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
And not a problem. You have a fantastic rest of the day. It's the Ray Gibson Show at 9:31. Quick break, and one of the first of the senatorial candidates to come out of the closet, at least to me, is coming up next.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Great news, Guam. 2 for dining right now at Chili's. Enjoy a full-on meal deal for $2, $35. You get a couple of Coke beverages, you share an appetizer, and then a couple of great mouth-watering entrees for you. The honey chipotle steak and shrimp. So I get the steak, you get the shrimp. No. That's my meal. You can choose from that or the world-famous fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs, sizzling fajitas, and more. Chili's 2 for dining available for a limited time. Dine in today or call, because they'll let you take it out. In fact, they invented the concept. 648-7377. Place your to-go orders with Chili's in the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
I know. I got a buddy of mine going, nurse? Okay, all right. 9:34. A couple of notes here in the social media and the emails. I got this. There's the Guam Freedom Coalition asking, are there any educators that have been laid off or furloughed due to the vax requirement who are willing to tutor 8th grade algebra and homework support for a 13-year-old Harvest student? 3 hours a week would be $60 an hour. Hey.
Yeah. That's not you or me, Ray.
No. Says, I know it's not a whole lot, but I prefer to offer it to somebody who's been persecuted for their beliefs before offering it to anybody else. If it's not allowed, delete me. It sounds like it was someplace in the Facebooks. PM if you're interested or have questions. And if you were a teacher that's been laid off or furloughed, or maybe you're looking for a way out from under the constant testing, if you can't find this ad, I know who put it up. So DM me, and I'll see if I can make a connection for you. 9:35. Is that Sandra on 3? Looking to go to... Hey, Sandra Regis.
Good morning.
Buenas de. So was Sandra last week, or maybe it was the middle of the week prior. I don't know. It's COVID time, so everything feels it's Groundhog Day. Anyway, she'd mentioned on Facebook, put out the word to potential candidates. All right, it's time to identify yourself. The people of Guam are looking at, I think that they're looking for a whole lot of tremendous change. I think we're going to see a version of Virginia if you will, here on Guam. I think there's a lot of people that have just about had it with I'm not going to say Democrats, because I think everybody is culpable with this dumpster fire that we call our reaction to COVID-19 here on Guam, and they're going to be looking to taking it out on some political butt here in the upcoming election, which means vote out the old rascals. Let's vote in some new rascals. And so Sandra, putting her money where her mouth is, revealed to me over the weekend that, go ahead, brrr,
that I'll be running for the next.
So, governor, did you say? You want to be governor? What?
No, I'm going to be running for senator.
You know, and in a lot of cases, and in fact, the last time you did this, I was like, well, what's your platform going to be about? What is it that you want to tell people? How are you going to sell yourself on the voters? In this case, all you need to do is say, vote for me. I'm not one of those lead heads.
Well, I'm not. You know, when I ran the last time, I was very disappointed with our governor and the legislature. And it's just gotten even worse, you know. I mean, transparency. I'm very disappointed because, you know, we have all this money coming into our island, and it seems like there's, like, no plans. There was no plans to begin with that we're wasting our money on temporary fixes. Crimes against people, like murder, domestic violence.
Oh, it's significant. There was a stabbing yesterday in Tamuning. What the heck?
Yes. And so I believe in harsher punishments. Because a lot of people are getting away with things. I don't believe in the death penalty, but I do believe in serving time with a rehabilitation. Yeah, people are getting away with things. I mean, you know, it's pretty, like, domestic violence, crimes against people has been going on for so long. And during this time of COVID, it's gotten even worse. And it's ridiculous that no one in our legislature is doing anything about it.
Well, the legislature, I wouldn't necessarily look there. It seems to me that, you know, we've got problems everywhere. The police can only do so much. I read the magistrate reports. You know, Canada does a great job of publishing those on a daily basis, and many of them are domestic in nature. You got some jerk comes home at the end of the day, didn't get enough ice to smoke or beer to drink, and takes out his bad day on the wife and the kids. He gets arrested, goes in front of the judge. Judge says, okay, you're not supposed to do that anymore, and no contact with the victims. And then 2 weeks later, he's arrested for doing essentially the same thing. The court orders, restraining orders mean absolutely nothing to these people, and they're just going to continue to do whatever it is that they're going to do until we realize that you know what, you need the pain of punishment. You need to come to Jesus, and sometimes Jesus is a very, very unhealthy and unwholesome couple of weeks over at the Department of Corrections.
Exactly right. You know, passing bills doesn't mean, to me, passing bills doesn't mean anything unless there's follow through with it, because, you know, it starts with the police officers. I was watching the great debate. It showed up on my memories of 2018, and it's disappointing that nothing, it doesn't seem like any of the promises made to the people is being made yet.
Revolving door in the courts. And we see that all the time. It isn't going to surprise me after we learn a little bit more about some of the people involved in the stabbing and other events that have taken place over the weekend, just how many of them have already got you know, a pretty solid relationship with the police department, as in yeah, the cops know about this guy, and it ain't the first time that there have been run-ins and things like that. Just it is the way it is, and more needs to be done about that. And I think, like I said, you don't need to run on any specific platform. I would, you know, hesitate to even say you need to run as a candidate for any particular party. Look, vote for me because I'm different. Vote for me because I'm a mom on Guam and have to put up with the same crap that everybody else does, and the promises of this legislature, this administration, this attorney general that everybody was making all those years. I have yet to see anything productive come out of it. And that's, you know, if I was to help with somebody's campaign, I'd like to find somebody that wants to be a hellraiser out there that gets on the radio, gets into social media, and says, "What has your government done for you?" Really, in the last 4 years. And they're going to say, oh, but we had COVID to deal with. We had, it was unprecedented time. Shut up. Yeah. It was a hard time. Somebody's going to have to put up with that. But the promise of the government should have been to deliver more for the people as opposed to putting everybody down and endangering our economy and the lives of our kids and our education of our kids. Oh, my God.
Yes. And the reason why I'm running is because I care. I care about all the people on our island, and I care for the future of our island. That's the reason why I'm staying here, because I know changes can be made.
I hope so. So let's talk about doing fundraisers. Let's
people, because yes, that our leadership here is hearing what our people are saying, but no one's standing up for our people, and it's very frustrating.
So fundraising activity, let me know. Keep me posted on all of that stuff.
Yes, I am going to be creative about my fundraising. I know bar fundraisers are pretty fun, but I'm going to be creative this year because there are still people who are unvaxxed. And even though, some places will let unvaxxed in, I don't want to get no one in trouble. So
yeah. Well, promise me that's one of the things that you're going to change if you're elected is day one, number one, part-time legislature, and day number two, we're going to take a look at being able to corral the powers of our government so that our freedoms and our liberties are never questioned again.
Exactly, because our men and women of our country, of our island, sacrificed their lives for our freedoms and liberties.
And what now do we have to show for it? 9:42, Sandra. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day.
You guys too. Thank you.
All right. Now I will say that Sandra and I we have an interesting relationship. I have to remind her every once in a while that I'm a boy and born Picaru. It's there's nothing I can do about it. It's just the way I am. I wish there was a pill that I could take that would. Nah. I like being a boy. I like being a man. It's fun. And half the fun every once in a while is doing or saying something that gets a rise out of it.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? Make you mad? Did it work? Okay, 9:43 in the morning. I got a couple of things on the point. I'm attached to Facebook in a couple of different ways. So I am Ray Gibson, just regular man about town on Facebook, but I'm also Ray Gibson with the keys to a bunch of other Facebook pages, i.e. The Point. And so I will get from time to time messages on For the Point. That I'm supposed to do something with. One of them was a message from Dale. And Dale, I can understand it. I'd be pretty pissed off myself. Our daughter fainted and hit her head at the clinic after getting a skin test and her COVID shot. Stop killing our kids. So you never know what the reaction is going to be when you're getting your COVID shots. And now we're going to be telling kids between 5 and 11. And they say they've done the test. They've looked at everything. Everything is, it's all right. It's going to be okay. But why, in my mind, does that justify the risk? Does it justify the risk? And I don't know. I might fight you with axes all day on this one. People say, Ray, got to get vaccinated. And I'm like, why? I don't live with old people. And I'm not traveling. And you've made it so I can't go into bars and restaurants. Even though I'm going to sit down and take off my mask, which is apparently the safest place that you can be, is seated in a restaurant because apparently COVID-19, 4 feet and above, but anything lower than that, can't get it, especially if you're eating and drinking. But anyway, my life now has these artificial guardrails on it, brought on by the COVID-19, and they say, well, it's better over on this side. You could have gone to the beer fest at the Tsubaki Towers. You could have gone to the wine fest at the Tsubaki Towers. You this, that, and the other. And I don't currently need to do that right now. There's no overwhelming need for me to protect myself from COVID-19. My protections are very simple. I follow these narrow guardrails that are out there. I get my exercise in. I know I'm getting my sunshine. And for whatever therapeutic or medicinal value there is in drinking Michelob Ultra or Hanalei or Hanalei. Yeah, I'm taking advantage of that. And it would surprise the hell out of me if I at some point caught COVID-19, you know? So why risk? Who knows what the adverse reactions are going to be to this vaccine if I don't need it? Not everybody is going to get COVID-19 simply because they're exposed to it. Me and at least one medical professional buddy of mine, I can't call him doctor yet, but he and I are the same blood type. Yeah.
Oh, be positive.
It's, well, I'm, oh boy. OMG positive.
You're always positive, man.
And there, he says, is a body of evidence that would suggest that, you know, there's already some kind of immunity. And it's also possible, as many of us have said, that we've already had it. Got it in the Philippines on New Year's Eve. And she was worth getting COVID-19 for. And then I came to Guam and I ate a whole bunch of Tylenol and it went away. And unfortunately, I don't know that there's anything still floating around in my body, but I would like to believe that made me immune from that version of COVID-19 and probably a little bit more resistant to the variants that are floating around, which is why I want to be able to go to the booster shot. Skip the vaccine, just go straight to the booster shot.
Yeah, that makes more sense, man.
None of it makes sense. Even when I explain it to myself, none of it makes any sense. 9:47, and I'm a smart guy. One of the other guys we hear from frequently on the Points Messenger is the Nostradamus of the Pacific, and that would be my friend Patrick. Buenos Zen Day, Patrick.
Hey, buenos Day. Hey, Ray.
Hey.
Can you do me a favor? You know that information I sent you on Facebook Messenger?
Bro, you sent me, how many videos did you send me this morning? I got this whole string. It says video. I don't have time to watch all that crap.
No. That's just it. If you don't want to watch it, let Jerry Roberts watch it, okay? Because Jerry might take interest in it.
Oh, okay. I'll pass it along to him.
Okay, now, I got two things I need to say, okay? One, right? Can you ask Bob Kliski, is the Constitution temporarily suspended?
Is it what?
Can you ask Bob Kliski if the Constitution has been temporarily suspended?
Well, I don't need to ask him. I can tell you there's no temporary suspension of the Constitution. It is not temporarily suspended. The problem is that the people that are in charge.
But here's the thing about it, Ray. Okay, that's already a violation of our 14th Amendment, Section 98. Look it up. 14th Amendment, Section 98. So if the Constitution is not suspended, that means the executive branch is declaring war on the Constitution and also we the people. Because unless all 51 independent states are in favor of agreeing to suspend the Constitution. If not, then he's violating the 14th Amendment right of every citizen. So he's declaring war on the Constitution and also we the people. So we don't have to observe this mandate if we don't want to.
Oh, but if you don't observe the mandate, somebody's going to come after you and pretend to fine you.
Well, I'm sorry. We have to say I'm sorry, but this is a violation of my 14th Amendment rights because the executive branch has nothing to do about this unless, of course, the GMOs that were injected that took away our constitutional rights. Okay, if that was done deceptively to take away our weapons so we can't fight the government, because it doesn't make sense. Why are they going to take away the weapons from the citizens when they know there's Chinese in the Canadian border and they have other terrorist organization on the southern border? So it doesn't make sense to take away a citizen's guns when the country, is about to,
get overrun by the Hun?
Yeah. Right. Here's the thing about it. Here's one of the reasons why they want to remove the weapons. You know why they want to remove the weapons from the citizens? Do you know why?
So they can take over the country without having to worry about people relying on that pesky Second Amendment.
And not only that, but it makes it easier for the super soldiers to do their job. The machines All you have to look at these super soldiers and some links that I sent you in the past, and you'll see how efficient they are when it comes to extermination.
Did you watch Total Recall? You watched Total Recall over the weekend, didn't you?
No.
You sure?
This is a real thing.
They had super soldiers.
They have robots that can do this. I can send you links to show you how accurate they are. You can knock them down. You can fall down the ground. You can jump right back up and shoot the target with such deadly accuracy you wouldn't believe it.
I believe you. I believe you, Patrick.
No, check this out, right?
What? I'm believing you already. What do you want from me?
They can flip the weapon, catch it, and put it back in the holster. That's how good they are.
I can do that, too, in my dreams. I don't know, Patrick. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. I mean, I love your conspiracy theories. I like to hear them, and every once in a while, one of them might come true. Look, I don't disagree. I think that we're letting way too many military-age people walk up and down our borders. I am absolutely concerned and gobsmacked that we are not spending more time out here in this part of the world confronting the deadly threat that is China and North Korea. We continue to have these conversations, and they're playing patty cake in Washington, D.C. With critical race theory and climate change. Oh, my God.
Ray, what it is this is a manufactured crisis. So there's no reason to justify the suspension of the Constitution if it's a manufactured crisis. This ain't no natural pandemic crisis. This is a manufactured crisis.
I don't disagree. I think they're all manufactured crises.
Don't downplay
I'm not downplaying. I'm agreeing with you. What the hell?
Come on, guy. Let Jerry look at that.
I'm telling you. Okay, I'll let Jerry look at it because I don't watch anything longer than about 30 seconds. Good Lord, calm down. Pete and his Rice Krispies. 952 and change. Okay, look, the real crisis is that China wants to take Taiwan back, and the day they decide to do that is one of those. I'm going to paraphrase a song I heard over the weekend. Taking a stand you can't take back. We will the same way that my grandfather's lives were punctuated with the 8th of December. Of 1941, I think that there will be a similar date from which everything moving forward is going to change. And we spend almost no time at all talking about what that means. I hope that you are taking preparations. On Facebook, there's a Guam Preppers group. And they're talking about all kinds of different things. I'm fortunate enough that I like to think that I know my way around the boondocks well enough, and if I absolutely had to, I could figure out fresh water and something to eat while I'm out in the boonies. I think I'm accurate enough with a firearm. I might be able to dispatch my own food if I was lucky enough to catch it outside. But I don't know what the other 153,864 people are going to do. What would you do if the invasion started? What would you do if the bright light came? I don't know. It's kind of a dark conversation, but considering how easy people gave up any of those kinds of conversations about determination and personal responsibility, personal durability, and handed everything over to the government. I don't want to get sick. Make me a vaccine and force me to take it, please. That's where I worry that they're when the Chinese come, they will say, "Here's my gun. That guy over there's got plenty in his house." I got a feeling. I've got that feeling that all of the people we laugh about being Karens and divisive in this community are going to be among the very first that will start pointing all of the rest of us troublemakers and hellraisers out. 9:55 in the morning. And I've got a couple of other places I could take the show here today, although they're mostly entertaining just to me. We're talking about another lockdown. I don't know if you heard about this on Friday, but Marshall Sablan Elementary School, they had a lockdown the other day. And I'm going, what is this? Somebody thinks they heard a gunshot somewhere, and they locked down the school for about the 4th time. Okay, here's your clue. Somebody is hunting in the region. and it is possible, given the topography and the nature of the gun or whatever, it might be 25 feet away. It could be 25 miles away. I don't know. But we should not have to shut things down. Frankly, if you're an instructor at Marshall Sublime School and you have a firearm, just next time you hear a noise outside, you go out and empty a clip. Just empty a magazine. Bam, 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 shoot back. Trust me, the gunshots of the hunters will go in another direction. Just go out there and shoot. I know you're going to say, well, shoot in the air. Shut up. Just go out there and empty as many bullets as you've got in your gun, and they won't bother you anymore. We don't have enough instructional hours for the kids as it is, and we're shutting down the school until somebody can go and bang a stick in the weeds to find a ghost. Ay, a day. 9:56 in the morning. Our grandparents knew better. 9:56 in the morning. Can I just blow off the break here and just get to Jack?
Yeah, of course, man. Jack's the man.
Jack is the man.
Hey, good morning there, Raymond. If I was up there at that school, I'd be out there with my plate. I'd say, hey, man, patti the banado. Just give me the quarter leg, and I'll be satisfied. But hey, listen, let's give props to the governor and the Brandon administration, because one good thing we know for a fact that they did for Guam is they managed to add an extra 3 digits for us dialing locally.
Woo!
So, hats off to them.
There was the 671 not doing anything productive with its time. It really wasn't living up to its potential. But now we've got the 671. Thank you very much, Federal Communications Commission. And now we've got to dial that extra number.
Yeah, that's the technical version of the vaccine there, 98% what's that, survival rate. But let me tell you, Raymond, I want to give you some encouragement. If there's any statistics that should matter to you, it's the historical statistics. Whenever you feel pressure to get the vax, whenever you feel pressure to do something like give up your guns, remember this, that when the colonies back then were attacked, only 3% of the population stood up and fought. So consider yourself in good company, brother. Just remember that fact. If there's any fact that you need to get through your mind or any statistics, only 3% of the populations of the colonies stood up and said enough is enough. So you just keep that in your mind.
Yeah, can I get the tattoo? Dude, I know a guy. He's got a 3%er tattoo. And it's a 3%er tattoo, and it's like a skull thing. I think I like that. I might be man enough to pull that off. I'll put on my girly garms.
But anyways, I'm on the road.
Yep.
I'm still unvaxxed, the same as you, and we're just traveling through. And hopefully, we're not confined to the manger when it comes to Christmas, and while the vax people eat in the inns and the hotels and the restaurants. But we'll be in good company. We'll be in good company.
I'll eat the scraps outside with you, my friend.
All right, brother. Take it easy.
I'm going to take it any way I can get it, but easy is generally the way I'm finding it these days. It ain't all that bad at the end of the day. I was looking at my bank account the other day, Real Joe.
Oh yeah, it's paid off.
We're there. I'm moving in that direction. Even though when I'm at the gas station and I buy like 38, I bought a couple of 6-packs of the Hawaiian beers and a 12-pack of the Michelob Ultra because I was meeting some friends, and it was like $38. And normally I'd go, my God, $38 for beer. And then remembering, wait a second, that's an easy bar tab any weeknight at any bar on Guam, and for which I got 24 beers for $38, and they were all worth it. It's 10. You all go and have a great Monday. We'll chat again tomorrow on The Ray Gibson Show.
Continues to hail passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill with a trip on Wednesday to the Port of Baltimore. Well, he'll talk about benefits of the bill. But the White House is mostly focusing on getting the president's $1.75 trillion social spending package passed. White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain on NBC's Meet the Press.
Well, I think we're going to get both these bills done. Look, I wish Republicans would support the Build Back Better Act. I don't know why Republicans will not vote for cutting child care costs in half, or letting Medicare negotiate the prices of drugs down to save seniors money, why they won't vote for 2 years of preschool for everyone. So I wish that bill were bipartisan as well.
Republicans like California Congresswoman Michelle Steele are against the social package.
You know what? Low-income class people, so we really have to look at the revenue side. They stop creating taxes and stop increasing taxes. Revenue is not there.
Steele on Fox News Live. Meanwhile, the White House continues to field questions regarding reparation payments to migrant families separated at the border under the Trump administration. Biden's senior advisor, Cedric Richmond.
We don't talk dollar amounts. That is the Department of Justice. The question about whether it is an incentive to come across to the United States to be separated from your child so that you can get paid is an absurd assumption.
Richmond speaking on Fox News Sunday. Beginning tomorrow, anyone going to a shopping mall, theater, gym, or nail salon in Los Angeles must verify they're vaccinated. The mandate is for a wide range of businesses. City officials say they won't start enforcing the rules until November 29th. Fines up to $5,000 could be imposed. America is listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist, and I'm inviting you to join a new conversation with the smartest thinkers out there about the country and where we're going. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast. You can subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you download your podcasts. This new show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me. Subscribe to the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to FoxNewsPodcasts.com.
The White House has until 5 p.m. Monday to respond to a federal appeals court which temporarily blocked the president's mandate for businesses with more than 100 workers to require employees be vaccinated.
Fifth Circuit Appeals Court judges cited economic hardship and staffing shortages as reasons for stopping the mandate. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy said on ABC's This Week the virus itself is more disruptive, and argues that shot requirements aren't new.
We have required vaccines for the military. We've required vaccines in hospital systems, the ones that I've worked in as well. There are times where we recognize that our decisions have a broader effect on people around us. COVID has reminded us of that.
Administration lawyers say they are ready to defend the president's vaccination mandate. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The victim of a shark attack in Australia remains missing. Fox's Karen McHugh with the story.
The search for the victim of a fatal shark attack off the west coast of Australia has been called off. 57-year-old Paul Millichip was with his wife at the Port Beach in the suburb of Perth Saturday. Two teens on a boat witnessed the attack by a 15-foot-long great white shark. A police search of the waters found a pair of goggles belonging to the father of two, but nothing more. West Australia Premier Mark McGowan calls it a terribly sad situation. The victim's wife, who requested anonymity, says of the shark attack, it came out of the blue. You just have to deal with it. Karen McHugh, Fox News.
The most recent fatal shark attack in Australian waters happened along the east coast of New South Wales back on September 5th. Police in Germany say a 27-year-old man who stabbed 4 people Saturday on a high-speed train apparently attacked his victims at random and showed signs of mental illness. 2 of the victims remain hospitalized. I'm Joe G. Fox News.
Fox Bits.
Your insider's cheat code to gaming. I'm Eamon Dignam. New changes since last reporting on the saga of lawsuits against Activision Blizzard. The World of Warcraft maker announcing delays to their sequels to the Diablo and Overwatch franchises in an investor's call, citing changes of leadership, which now includes Jen O'Neill, who stepped down after she was put in a position to co-lead Blizzard with former Xbox head Mike Ibarra in August. That to replace President J. Allen Barak after he left. CEO Bobby Kotick announcing he is going to take a pay cut to about $60,000 a year in total compensation until the board of directors feels certain diversity, equity, and inclusion goals are met. Prior to the legal situations, Kotick had been taking shots from investors over his compensation for prior years. And with these problems has come a drop in the stock price. Shares in the company have fallen by 28% in 2021. That's Fox Bits for Fox News.
Welcome to the Talk Radio Countdown Show with Doug Steffen, counting down what America's talking about.
The Talk Radio Countdown.
It is the official Talk Radio Countdown Show. The charts from Talkers prepared for the week of November 1st to the 5th. And joining me, I'm Doug Steffen, by the way, is Michael Harrison, by the way, who's the editor and publisher of Talkers Magazine, with the top 10 stories of the week, top 10 people on the list, and ancillary stories about the events of the week with regard to this fabulous thing called News Talk Radio. I think at some point in time, I should probably ask you, during the course of our hourly get-together every week, what you think the biggest story is that you wrote about in Talkers. You go to talkers.com, not only see this list, but every day there are stories on top of stories on top of stories about the people who are stars of programs and what they're up to. What do you think of that for an idea?
Well, I think it's a very difficult question to answer because